5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tornadoes in Iowa leave multiple people dead. Trump will make a campaign stop in Texas today and look for a beefed up law enforcement presence over the holiday weekend. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: cloudy early, chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high in the upper 90s, chance of scattered storms tonight, a low near 75, right now 80 degrees. Well, tornadoes tore through Iowa yesterday, resulting in extensive damage. One Greenfield, Iowa resident says she thought she lost her home.
It got really, really loud, and we thought we lost our house, but we were lucky. But like everyone else is not so much. Like my brother Cody, his house just got wiped.
And the storm also took down at least 3 wind turbines, and at least one was seen in flames. Officials say there are multiple fatalities. Street closures are still in effect in downtown Houston as crews work to repair damage from last week's storm. Over 65,000 residents are still without power, but CenterPoint Energy officials hope to have most service restored by tonight. Several Houston area school districts have announced school closures for today, mostly because of those lingering power outages. Yesterday, the head of FEMA toured the damaged areas. 4 more states held primaries yesterday. Fox's Chris DeMeo has more on Decision 2024.
President Biden and former President Trump each winning races in Kentucky and Oregon, adding to their delegate total. Georgia and Idaho also holding contests. In Georgia, Fani Willis won the Democratic primary for Fulton County DA, handily defeating Christian Wise Smith. Willis indicted Trump and several other co-defendants on charges relating to the 2020 presidential election results. Vince Fong won a special election in California. The Republican will fill out the remainder of the term served by former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Former President Trump returns to Texas today for a couple of fundraisers. Trump is scheduled to speak at a fundraising luncheon in Houston. The former president will later attend an event in Dallas just a few days after appearing in the city for the annual convention of the NRA. The funds raised at the Dallas event will reportedly go to Trump's presidential campaign, the Republican National Committee, and the Republican parties of 41 different states other than Texas. Well, the White House has issued some corrections for President Biden's recent speech. Here's Fox's Kevin Corke.
White House officials going into cleanup mode after the president delivered a gaffe-riddled speech to the NAACP on Sunday in Detroit, making a whopping, wait for it, 9 corrections in the formal transcript. It's true, the changes fixing both trips of the tongue, such as, calling Capitol rioters erectionists, and flagrant retellings of history, like, claiming he was still the vice president during the COVID-19 pandemic. Not true. The official transcript released Monday made no bones about the errors, with strike-throughs of Mr. Biden's mistakes and, of course, the corrected comments included in brackets.
The president had also mistakenly claimed families can save an estimated $800,000 annually through the Affordable Care Act, but the correct amount was $800. President Biden, meantime, is criticizing former President Trump for a since-deleted video referencing a unified Reich. The president spoke at 2 fundraisers in Boston yesterday and brought up a video that Trump shared on social media that alluded to Nazi Germany. Biden also cut short a campaign video saying Trump was using Hitler's language, not America's, and that he only cares about holding on to power. Senate Democrats' attempts to revive a bipartisan border bill may be over before they begin. Here's Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
The Senate is set to vote Thursday on a bill that would invest billions in border security and include reforms to the immigration system. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he's reviving the bill that failed earlier this year to see if Republicans are serious about fixing the problem. But Republicans like Senate Minority Whip John Thune of South Dakota say the border is a political liability for Democrats.
The reason all of a sudden they're interested in doing something, or at least appearing to be doing something, is because they know they've got a big political vulnerability on this.
Thune believes President Biden should use executive order to address the border. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, with the temperatures heating up comes a warning about the risk of hot car deaths. On average, 37 U.S. children die in hot cars every year. Sophie Schulman with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it can happen to anyone. A distraction or change in your routine can cause you to forget that a child is in the back seat, and it doesn't take long for the temperature inside the car to heat up.
So in just 10 minutes, a car can heat up by about 20 degrees, and it doesn't matter if you've cracked a window or if you're parking in the shade, it's still extremely dangerous. This can happen even when it's only 60 degrees outside.
And the same warning applies to leaving pets in a vehicle. Well, AAA says a record number of Texans are planning road trips over Memorial Day, and police will be keeping a close eye to make sure everyone is wearing a seatbelt. Here's Alan Skaya.
TxDOT says a seatbelt can reduce your risk of dying in a wreck by 45% if you're in a car and 60% in a pickup truck. Fort Worth District Engineer David Salazar says Click It or Ticket has saved thousands of lives since it started in 2002.
No one is above the law. We want everyone to understand that the few seconds it takes to put on a seatbelt can be the difference between life and death in a crash.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says 90% of Texans now wear their seatbelt consistently, but 11,000 people died in crashes across the country when not wearing their seatbelt in 2022.
It is 5:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
Woohoo! Good morning, everybody. Louie, Travis, Tracy, Sam in Houston. I think I missed somebody. Who did I miss? If I missed you, I'm sorry. Not intentional. We're going to get underway here in a moment. Louis, thank you for representing San Antonio. Tracy Bogert representing the Bexar County MAGA Republicans and Marjorie Taylor Greene enthusiasts. Big fan. Good morning, Travis. Tracy says, I noticed Charity doing a story on Biden gaffes, but you guys never ran a story last week where Trump went silent for 30 seconds. I don't know that we didn't do that story, Tracy. If you said we didn't, we didn't. I had heard that perhaps he was waiting on the teleprompter to recycle. Charity McCurdy is in here. Look at that. Charity says, happy hump day, y'all. Do people still say that on Wednesday? On Wednesdays, Tracy Bogart says Happy Trump Day, which is interesting. Welcome into this beautiful day under a nearly full moon, Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024, 5 days until Memorial Day, 66 days until the Victor Wembanyama Olympics in Paris, 107 days until the NFL opening night, Baltimore at Kansas City, where Taylor Swift's boyfriend will play on opening night, and 166 days until the 2024 election. Can't we all just get along? Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Midweek, I was actually asking our listeners on the live stream, do we still call it Hump Day? I'm not sure. I haven't heard that in a while.
You know, I know some of our listeners, like Tracy Bogart, calls it Trump Day.
Oh.
Instead of Happy Hump Day.
Sounds like a huge Trump fan.
He's a big guy. I think he's the chairman of the Bexar County MAGA Republicans.
Oh,
I think. I'm not, I got to double check on that. But yeah, I'm looking at the live video stream. By the way, it's on YouTube. And you not only can chat with us, you can chat with everybody else in there. Some very, very interesting, entertaining people. I see Louis, Travis, Tracy Bogart. Sam Tobias is in Houston this morning. Echo 5 Hotel says he's fashionably late. Tim is in there. So a number of people, Charity, starting before we even start. They're there on the YouTube stream, which is very cool.
I love it. It's part of their morning routine, which we appreciate so much.
Yeah, and we'll be talking with you guys and gals during the breaks as well. Let's get this party started right now with traffic and weather together. Your Weather Channel forecast, 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon and evening, high around 96. Overnight lows in the mid to upper 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 97. Friday, partly cloudy, right around 99. Will it get to 100 on Friday? Something we'll talk about a little bit later this morning as well. Right now, 77 in Kerrville, 81 in New Braunfels. It is cloudy and 80 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. Speaking of 100-degree temperatures, Charity McCurdy, back in February, we made predictions on the first 100-degree day and the total number of 100-degree days in 2024. Back in February, you said the first 100-degree day will be May 16th. Tim Merriman, who, by the way, is on vacation until next week, he said June 3rd. I said June 2nd. Interestingly, Charity, if we hit 100 degrees on Friday, you will still win. You will be within 8 of the right date, so you'll be better than Tim or myself on the prognostication. However, if we wait another day and the first 100-degree day is on Saturday, then I would be 8 days off and you would be 9 days off. So I would take the Nostradamus triple-digit title.
Man, I mean, the accuracy. I mean, we could be meteorologists.
Yes.
It's amazing. But Friday's high is showing at this point 99 degrees. I think we'll get there.
I think it's going to happen either Friday or Saturday is what I'm feeling. And oh, by the way, we predicted the total number. I got to go back and look up how many we had in 2023. We predicted the total number of 100-degree or more days in 2024. You, Charity, said there would be 62. Mr. T said 52. And I like it hot. I said 70. 100-degree or more days in 2024.
And for the record, it was 74 days of triple-digit temperatures in 2023. So I don't know if the specific 100-degree days, but the number I'm being given is 74 for triple-digit temps.
See, I want to break that record in 2024 so we can have a river parade, and we'll get all the meteorologists, Chris Suchan, Jeanette Caillet, Bill Taylor. We'll just get them all and we'll just have a big meet and we'll throw tomatoes at them.
Yeah, let's go to the hottest, most humid place in San Antonio, the Riverwalk. Pack everyone on the sidelines, the riverbanks. That sounds just like a good old time.
Very, very nice. Well, coming up in this hot weather, where does Charity McCurdy set her thermostat during the day and during the night to keep cool? Where do you set your thermostat? We'll talk about that and more. It is San Antonio's First News. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon this morning. WOAI news time is 5:16. All right, everybody. I'm getting a thing that says, try out experiment. Oh, that's a Chrome thing. I thought that was YouTube. It says, try out experimental AI features. Get help writing, organizing tabs, and creating custom themes on Chrome. Not going to do that right now. Tim, welcome in. Echo 5 Hotel, welcome in. Sam Tobias. According to KSAT 12, it's supposed to be 100 as early as Saturday. Rooster is in here. What is up, Rooster? Good morning, Rooster. And I'm really, let me see, is it Heriberto? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Probably not, because I screw up pronunciations. So I apologize if I'm doing that. But Lopez, I can pronounce Lopez. Heriberto. I hope that's close. Heriberto Lopez, welcome in. Thanks for listening. Says he listens all the time. I appreciate that. We all appreciate that. Travis says, watch that AI stuff. The Matrix is coming. I need coffee pretty badly. Put on my headphones so I can hear the program. So the Celtics and Pacers go to overtime last night, but the Pacers prevail. Excuse me, the Celtics prevailed as expected, and you just got to wonder if that'll tear the hearts out of the Pacers for Game 2 to come so close to getting Game 1. Yeah, I could not stay up for that game, Sam, with Tim out. I normally get up about 1:30 a.m. I got to do a little extra work when Tim is out, so I got up at 1:15 a.m. this morning and Monday morning and Tuesday morning. Jacob C. Hernandez, welcome in. Tim in the Philippines, so he could save on some medicines. Am I reading that right? Stop some of my medicines. Okay. Always a good idea. Sam, I hope you're right about the Pacers. I hope you're right. At least extend that series, man. don't want to be swept by a very good Boston team. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And then we're going to find out, is Charity McCurdy a freeze cat? Where does she set that thermostat in this hot weather? We could hit triple digits as early as Friday, maybe on Saturday. We'll get into all of that coming up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Authorities in Iowa are still working to determine the number of deaths after a tornado ripped through the town of Greenfield. Severe turbulence on a Singapore-bound Boeing flight has left one dead, several in critical condition, and former President Trump is making another campaign stop in Texas. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Your Weather Channel forecast, 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon and evening. High will be in the mid to the upper 90s. Overnight lows in the upper 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 97. Friday, partly cloudy, predicted high 99. But if Charity gets her way to win the championship, we'll get to 100 on Friday. Right now, 81 in Von Ormy, 79 in Leon Valley. It is cloudy, 80 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. Andrew Zimmel, not just flying the Millennium Falcon with EJ Pacheco, but he is producing and directing our live video stream on YouTube. Lots of very, very cool folks in there. One guy, Tim from the Philippines. Charity, we need to give away something for our furthest away listener / viewer.
I agree.
Come up with some kind of special T-shirts.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, ideally it would be 1200 WOAI T-shirt, but I don't even think we have one of those yet, do we?
Not yet. However, I know Sam at Sammy's Embroidery.
Yes.
I might have to get that ball rolling.
You have connections.
Yeah, I know people. I'm looking at the heat index, 105 today. Hazy, muggy morning. I'm watching the Fox SA weather right now on the T. I didn't realize the heat index was getting to 105. So, all right, Charity, with a heat index today of 105 on a hot San Antonio afternoon, where is that McCurdy house thermostat going to be?
Typically around 73 degrees. I have one of those smart thermostats, and I think CPS Energy will hike up the temperature on us every once in a while, so I have to go back and turn it back down. So that's usually where it sits. At night, it has to be 73 with the ceiling fan on.
Nice. Okay. Now I don't mind it hot. If I'm left to my own devices, I would keep it around 77. I know that's warm. Yeah, because I can wear shorts and a tank top, and I can hydrate myself. I'm good. Now, I have a wife who wants that thing down. She will kind of keep it around 74, though, during the day. At night, she takes it down to like 72, 73.
Do you have a ceiling fan? Like anything else helping you out? Okay.
Yeah, we got some ceiling fans.
I just want to make sure.
Yes. Now, what is recommended by CPS Energy? Do we know?
I'm sure it's like 76, 77 degrees. But I'm sorry, as soon as I get up off the couch and start moving around, doing dishes, vacuuming, whatever, I get hot, and I don't want to be uncomfortable in my own house. I mean, it's uncomfortable outside. I don't want it uncomfortable inside.
Charity, you are a role model for all of South Texas. You've got to keep that thermostat around 76, 77.
I have compensated.
Take the hit.
I have compensated in other ways. We went out and replaced all of our single pane windows. And we replaced our front door. I mean, that is super expensive. I can't even tell you how much we ended up spending on replacing all the windows and the exterior doors. It's nuts, but it helps with conserving energy.
Okay. Well, we've heard from us, Charity. We want to take this question to the people. How do they respond to this?
Of course, the iHeartRadio app. You just search the station 1200 WOAI, hit the talkback button. You got 30 seconds, and just let us know your thermostat temperature preferences, and maybe it creates a little bit of a fighting in the household. The wife wants it one way, you want it another, or vice versa.
Yeah.
So let us know.
I've learned not to fight my wife on temperature, and I just whatever she wants, we're going to get.
You're a smart man.
Yeah. Sam Tobias on the YouTube live feed says, I think it's recommended between 72 and 78, according to CPS Energy. I don't know if that's official, but that's from Sam. All right. We're going to hear from you. We'll play your talkbacks coming up. We're going to react to all the big stories of the morning as well. Another issue with a Boeing aircraft. 1 dead, 71 injured on a Singapore Airlines flight. Multiple fatalities in Iowa with those tornadoes. We'll dive into those stories and more. Charity has everything you need to know coming up at the bottom of the hour. But right now, it's your Fox Business Report, WOAI News Time, 526. All right. Jacob goes 68 at night. Wow. That's gotta get your electricity bill going up at overnight at 68, I would think, on a hot summer night. I gotta log into something here. Let's see. Thank you, Louie. Very, very nice. Tim doesn't need anything to show his allegiance to San Antonio's First News. No, Tim, but we should do it. I think it's cool. And my goodness, we appreciate all of you. But man, Philippines, Sam is in Houston this morning. Okay, Woody, where is PEZ? Woody says it's 81 in PEZ. What is Pez? I'm not hip to the airport abbreviation, if that's what it is. I got to get my portable keyboard here so that I can. Okay, now why didn't it give that to me? Let's do that. All right. Renee, welcome in from Pleasanton. Charity McCurdy's news is coming up here at the bottom of the hour. We bring that to you live, which is so what I do, I don't like texting with my thumbs. I'm not into it. So I have a portable keyboard that is a Bluetooth keyboard that is compatible with my iPhone. So I use this portable keyboard to do most of my texting or any emailing that I do on my phone. So during the show, the Pegs just came in. Let me write Joe Pags back. He just sent in his segment for later. Let's see. All right. Travis says PEZ might be Pleasanton Municipal Airport. Could be. Okay, so I need to send a text. We're going to talk about Midwest tornadoes and Iowa deaths coming up. Let's see here. That's going to be at 5:40. Whoops. Tracy says, and I'm going to go away in a sec when Charity comes. Tracy says Victor Wembanyama makes more history, making the all-defensive team, first rookie ever to do that. Yeah, we definitely got to talk about that, Tracy. It's a big, big deal. In fact, let me make a little note of that. Thanks for the reminder. Thank you, Louie. Let's see. Here comes Charity.
5:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tornadoes tear through Iowa with multiple fatalities confirmed. A zoning proposal is not sitting well with some Southside residents, and the city's top cop talks mass shooting readiness. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: cloudy early, chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high in the upper 90s, chance of scattered storms tonight, a low near 77, right now 80 degrees. Well, a massive tornado caused heavy damage to areas throughout Greenfield, Iowa yesterday as multiple homes and buildings were destroyed in the storm. Iowa State Patrol Sergeant Alex Dinkla says there are multiple fatalities.
Sadly, we can't confirm that there have been fatalities with this tornado. Also, injuries have been sustained by residents here in the Greenfield area.
Police are still working to assess the damage. One person has been killed, another seriously hurt after an airplane hit severe turbulence. Fox's Jonathan Savage explains.
This was a Singapore Airlines flight from London to Singapore. The Boeing 777-300 diverting to Bangkok in Thailand after strong turbulence. Data suggests the aircraft dropped 6,000 feet in around 3 minutes. It was carrying 211 passengers and 18 crew. The airline says it's working with authorities in Thailand to provide medical assistance. Video shows a line of ambulances streaming to the aircraft and transferring passengers off the runway. Singapore Airlines also sending its deepest condolences to the family of the deceased. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
SAPD Chief William McManus says the department is ready to deal with any attempts to carry out a mass shooting. McManus told the City Council's Public Safety Committee that they're trained and capable of dealing with a threat anywhere it may come up, whether in a school, a business, a hospital, or anywhere else. He said he and local school district officials have already discussed who will be in charge at the scene, which was a matter of confusion during the Uvalde school shooting in May of 2022. Well, former President Trump was back in court yesterday for his hush money trial in New York City. Fox's Nate Foy has more with Decision 2024.
On the 20th day of this trial, lawyers for former President Donald Trump rested their case after testimony from Bob Costello. After that, lawyers on both sides debated about the instructions that will be given to the jury before they decide whether or not Trump is guilty. Here's Trump leaving the courthouse.
This is such an embarrassment of a showing of prosecution that I imagine the judge wouldn't grant the motion to dismiss the case. You can't imagine it.
Judge Juan Merchan agreed to remind the jury that Michael Cohen's guilty plea to federal campaign finance law doesn't imply Trump's guilt. Merchan refused to remind the jury that hush money payments are not illegal.
And closing arguments are set for next Tuesday. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has won the Democratic primary for her ongoing re-election bid. DA Willis thanked her supporters during a viewing party while criticizing her opponent in the upcoming general election, Republican challenger Courtney Kramer.
My opponent is completely unqualified. Completely. She has less than 4 years of practicing law. She has never been in a criminal courtroom.
Willis is currently seeking to prosecute Trump for trying to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. Landowners near the San Antonio Toyota manufacturing plant are not happy with the city's zoning proposal for the area. The city's planning department wants to limit commercial and residential development within 2 miles of the plant for reasons of safety and health. Property owners sounded off yesterday at a meeting of the city zoning commission, irritated that the proposed zone would limit what they could do with their land. The city's presentation said the proposal would affect more than 2,800 properties. Well, summer's here, which means that many people are looking to drop a few pounds to get ready for swimsuit season.
Keto is one of the most popular diets. It's high protein and low carbs. A new study done here in San Antonio found some serious consequences when it's done long term.
We're not saying that the ketogenic diet is bad. The issue is when you're on it for too long.
Dr. David Gaius at UT Health San Antonio fed mice a ketogenic diet for 3 weeks. He found a buildup of dying cells in major organs, and that raises the risk of conditions like heart disease. The study found that taking a break from the diet flushed those cells out of the body. Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check if your money and the world of business, we say good morning to Scott Carr live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Scott. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Here we go. San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Mr. T on vacation this week. He's at the coast. He'll be back next week. Charlie Parker at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon. We are live on YouTube. We got a YouTube stream. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. You can find it. Lots of good folks are in there interacting with us and themselves, which is very, very cool. Coming up, flashback in a few minutes. In fact, right about 5:48, we'll go back in time, try to figure out what year we're landing in. And we're asking you all morning on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, with triple-digit temperatures coming perhaps by this weekend, where do you set your thermostat and why? But Charity McCurdy, as you've been reporting, multiple tornadoes across the Midwest yesterday, Iowa in particular got hit hard. Multiple people have lost their lives in a town, Greenfield, Iowa. It's a town of about 2,000 people, about 50 miles southwest of Des Moines. And the pictures there, Charity, look devastating.
And, you know, right now, multiple fatalities confirmed by Iowa police, but they don't know how many. I mean, you have homes completely razed. And when you look at the sheer amount of destruction, it's understandable that people perished as a result of this tornado. I mean, you have some buildings that are completely razed, and then right across the street, you have a building that's completely intact. But among the buildings destroyed is the town's hospital. So those that were injured as a result of the tornado are being forced to go elsewhere. But I mean, the devastation is just heartbreaking. Overturned cars, you have flattened buildings, broken wind turbines. It's horrible. And the fact that we don't even know how many have died is a tragedy in itself.
And Charity, we woke up to one of our coworkers. Her name is Debbie, who has family there. And, she has an aunt who had a house completely leveled and destroyed. She's looking for their dog who was out in the middle of this. And, the photos, and there's actual video as well that Debbie posted. It's just looks like a bomb or multiple bombs hit that city.
Yeah. And right now it's all about neighbors helping neighbors, working together, coming together in the wake of this tragedy. But again, it's heartbreaking to see people combing through the debris, trying to find very important items, pictures. I mean, any kind of belongings that they have left. But, this is the season where we're seeing severe weather, and the frequency in which we're seeing tornadoes is what's terrifying to me.
We sure are, and we are not immune this far south in
No,
the San Antonio area. So always keep it here. We're always tracking your weather, and we'll track this story throughout the morning as well as we get more updates. And they're trying to sift through the rubble, specifically in Greenfield, Iowa, and get an accurate number of fatalities in that town. We'll bring you the latest on that. Coming up, we will go back in time with Flashback. And before the top of the hour, we'll hear from you as the triple-digit temperatures are approaching fast. Where do you set your thermostat? We'll hear from you coming up as well. WOAI News Time is 5:45. Tim is 77 degrees. Rooster, I hear your promo. If you're listening right now, I hear it in my ear during that break. Sam Tobias says, at least you didn't refer to the show as being the Death Star. We know what happened to that ship both times. Correct. We are more Millennium Falcon, Han Solo, Chewbacca, on board Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke Skywalker. I'm watching Fox SA's morning news, and I saw this video on Instagram this morning. One of the flyovers, there's construction, and this huge steel beam went falling to the ground onto the highway. I don't think anybody was killed, but it sure could have happened. Falling construction debris. Scary. You feel you're safe just driving down the highway, and based on the construction, they're working on a flyover above you, and it can go very, very bad. Flashback coming up. We will go back in time. Tracy says, Rooster is there. Hey, Rooster. Tracy says, I sort of miss my on phone back and forth with WOAI's Carl Wigglesworth a couple of decades ago. Yeah. Wigglesworth wound up at KTSA, and when I was blown out at WOAI, I wound up replacing Carl Wigglesworth at KTSA, strangely. It's just interesting how there were, for a while, some musical chairs going on. Flashback coming up. And, what was his name? The guy who did the San Antonio Lightning. His name will come to me. Anyway, he was a big Carl Wigglesworth supporter. And when I wound up coming to KTSA and replacing Wigglesworth, this guy made it his business to come at me. He did not like me. And then later we became cordial and almost friends a few years later. Live and let live, Tracy Bogert. Good morning, Tommy Miller. We're trying to get to Flashback. I think it's after this commercial. Nope, we're still not there. R.G. Griffin. I just Googled, Tracy, who was the publisher of the San Antonio Lightning. It was R.G. Griffin, who was a one-time television newsman in San Antonio. It is time for Charity and me to hop into the DeLorean, activate the flux capacitor, accelerate to 88 miles per hour, and go back in time. But what year will we land in? See if we can figure it out. Let's play flashback. Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine. Charity McCurdy, 86, 87, 88. You got a guess?
I think it's 86.
86. I don't know. I'll try 87. Let's find out. Whoa! We both lose.
Big time.
Come on. What is wrong with us? All right. We'll try again tomorrow. Charity, what stories are you following?
Authorities in Iowa are still working to determine the number of deaths after a tornado ripped through the town of Greenfield. 4 state primary elections were held yesterday with a lot of attention focused on a race in Georgia where Fulton County DA Fani Willis emerged victorious. And the Click It or Ticket campaign is in effect in Texas. A lot of details coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Your Weather Channel forecast, 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon and evening, high in the mid to upper 90s with a heat index around 105 today. Overnight lows in the upper 70s, partly cloudy tomorrow and Friday with highs in the upper 90s. Right now, 81 in Schertz, 79 in Helotes. It is cloudy, 80 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. A day in the life. San Antonio's first news. We've been asking you this morning, where do you set your thermostat, especially when it's this hot? And Charity, you're about 73, correct?
Correct.
I'm around 74 by day. I think my wife takes it down to about 72 by night. And let's listen to the people. I think we have, who did we have first? We had Stephen. We got Stephen first. Let's listen in. Now, that is actually true and smart, Charity. You go out a little bit. When you walk into that house, even if you've got it up around 78, you can really feel the coolness walking in.
Yeah, I have a work from home husband, so our thermostat doesn't change a whole lot. I wish we could find better ways to conserve, but comfort is key, and that is priority number one for me, anyways.
Yeah. Let's just hope that ERCOT can keep us with power throughout the summer, especially on the weird high energy days. Let's get another talk back. I think this one's from Sheila. See, I can. If I'm alone, I can handle 77 like Sheila.
Wow.
Just put on some light shorts, a little tank top, drink a lot of liquids, and you're good.
Don't forget the headband. You'll be sweating. So.
That's true. My Richard Simmons headband from the 80s. I think we've got one more, don't we? Yeah. Let's go. This one. No name on this one. Let's find out. Very nice.
Wow.
I wonder how many people. I wonder if that's an option though. On a hot day, fill your bathtub with water. Maybe throw some ice in there. And just sit in the cool water.
Maybe a garden tub with jets. I mean, it could kind of create a spa-like effect. Oh.
We might have to solicit some get cool ideas as well coming up. All right, Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know coming up here at the top of the hour. White House correspondent John Decker going to join us at 6:40 in the next hour, the latest on Decision 2024. And don't forget, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming up at 6:48. WOAI News Time, 5:57. Is Sam out of here? Yep. Sam, see you later if you haven't left already. Yeah, Rooster, you and I and Charity missed that flashback. Oh, well. Tracy Bogert, and my honest opinion, if you only watch one news source every day, your opinion doesn't mean Shiite to me, according to Tracy. But yeah, I mean, it is more difficult than ever to get a well-rounded view of the news. I kind of miss the days when, my family would watch the CBS Evening News with Walter Cronkite. I'm going to stand up and stretch a little bit. And and they called Walter Cronkite, and rightfully so, the most trusted man in America, and he was. And you really got a sense of that when he, at one point, came out and said the Vietnam War is not working. And that was a shocker to a lot of people that Walter Cronkite would deliver that opinion. But for those of us old enough, during the Vietnam War, every night on the news, and in my household, we watched Walter Cronkite, you would see the fatalities, Americans injured, Americans killed. They would also list North Vietnamese injured, North Vietnamese killed, and it was a sobering number every night on the news. And ultimately, and after going to Vietnam as a correspondent, Walter Cronkite ultimately concluded that what we were doing there wasn't working and wasn't going to work. And he was correct. Charity's got the news coming right up. We will cut to Charity as we do.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's true. I would agree with that, Tim, about Walter Cronkite. We are at 6 o'clock now, closer to 6:01. Charity's coming up. Echo 5 Hotel, wrong objectives. Correct. Here's Charity.
.602 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tornadoes in Iowa leave multiple people dead. Trump will make a campaign stop in Texas and look for a beefed up law enforcement presence over the holiday weekend. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: cloudy early, chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high in the upper 90s, chance of scattered storms tonight, a low near 77. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, a massive tornado killed multiple people in Iowa yesterday. Fox's Carmen Roberts reports troopers hope to have a definitive count on the number later this morning.
Shelters have been set up for residents of Greenfield, Iowa, where a monster tornado ripped through the town, destroying most of it, injuring at least 12 people and killing several.
We thought we lost our house, but we were lucky. But like everyone else is not so much. Like my brother Cody, his house just got wiped.
After devastating the small town of Greenfield, southeast of Des Moines, the storms moved eastward, pummeling parts of Illinois and Wisconsin and knocking out power to more than 130,000 customers in the two states. Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
People reported more than 30 tornadoes across the Midwest, mostly in central and western Iowa. Well, street closures are still in effect in downtown Houston as crews work to repair damage from last week's storm. Over 65,000 residents are still without power, but officials hope to have most service restored by tonight. Several Houston area school districts have announced school closures again today, mostly because of the lingering power outages. Yesterday, the head of FEMA toured the damaged areas. Well, 4 more states held primaries yesterday. Fox's Chris DeMaio has the latest on Decision 2024.
President Biden and former President Trump each winning races in Kentucky and Oregon, adding to their delegate total. Georgia and Idaho also holding contests. In Georgia, Fani Willis won the Democratic primary for Fulton County DA, handily defeating Christian Wise Smith. Willis indicted Trump and several other co-defendants on charges relating to the 2020 presidential election results. Vince Fong won a special election in California. The Republican will fill out the remainder of the term served by former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Chris DeMaio, Fox News.
Former President Trump returns to Texas today for a couple of fundraisers. Trump is scheduled to speak at a fundraising luncheon in Houston. Trump will later attend an event in Dallas just a few days after appearing in the city at the annual convention of the NRA. The funds raised at the Dallas event will reportedly go to Trump's presidential campaign, the Republican National Committee, and the Republican parties of 41 different states other than Texas. Well, an Amber Alert has been issued for 2 little boys, ages 4 and 5, that were last seen in DeWitt County in southeast Texas last night. Police are looking for 24-year-old Julian Rivera, a Hispanic male with brown hair and black eyes, who was last seen in San Antonio. He was last seen driving a 2007 black Chevy Tahoe with Texas license plate number FVK0342. Well, millions of us are planning road trips this Memorial Day weekend, and the holiday also marks the start of a campaign to convince people to buckle up. Alan Skyer has more.
TxDOT says 90% of Texans now wear their seatbelt consistently, but Fort Worth District Engineer David Salazar says almost 1,200 people died last year in wrecks where they were not wearing their seatbelt.
Many of these deaths were completely preventable, as was the pain and sorrow their families and friends are going through.
Michelle Herrera's son almost died in a crash where he was not wearing his seatbelt, but a friend did die.
I was fortunate that my son survived that accident, and it took a long time for him to recover mentally and physically.
The AAA says 44 million Texans are planning a trip over Memorial Day, and 38 million of those will be driving.
Well, a hearing is set for today in Memphis on a claim by Elvis Presley's granddaughter that the upcoming foreclosure sale of Graceland is a fraudulent scheme. Actress Riley Keough was granted control of Elvis Presley's mansion after her mother, Lisa Marie Presley, died last year. In a lawsuit filed this week, Keough alleges that the creditor's paperwork on a $3.8 million loan to Graceland is fraudulent and that the signatures are forged. The Graceland foreclosure sale is scheduled for tomorrow. A judge is expected to decide at today's hearing whether to delay the sale. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
Coming up, we're going to talk about that Singapore Airlines flight. Here we come. Yeah, Tracy, and restaurant prices have gone up astronomically as well, so somebody's able to pay those prices. San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker will be along with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Mr. T on vacation this week. He's at the coast. He'll be back next week. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon, and Andrew Zimmel making sure that we are up and running on YouTube, which we are. We got a number of people in there with us reacting and interacting. Go to 1200 WOAI on YouTube. You can find the live YouTube video feed. And coming right up, Charity and I will talk about the horrible flight, the Singapore Airlines flight. They hit severe turbulence, at least one dead, 71 injured. And yes, it was a Boeing aircraft. We will get right into that coming up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together. Weather Channel forecast, 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon and evening. High in the upper 90s with a heat index of about 105. Overnight lows in the upper 70s. Tomorrow and Friday, partly cloudy with a high in the upper 90s. Right now, 78 in China Grove, 79 at the Snake Farm, cloudy 80 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's First News coming up. We'll hear more from you on where you're going to set your thermostat this weekend and throughout the summer. Where do you set your thermostat? Charity's around 73 degrees. I'm around 74 by day, 72 by night. Awful story involving a Singapore Airlines flight. It was a flight from London to Singapore. At least it was headed to Singapore. About 10 hours into the flight, meal service was underway, and it hit severe turbulence. It is said to have fallen about 6,000 feet in 3 minutes. Passengers who were not in their seatbelts were thrown about the cabin, as were iPads and cell phones and cutlery, as at least 71 injured. One passenger died. And Charity, one of the first questions we asked ourselves this morning, was it a Boeing aircraft? Indeed, it was a Boeing 777, to be more specific, a 777-300ER, just another mark for Boeing that is not good for that company.
No, not at all. I do understand weather may have been a factor in the severe turbulence, but again, another reminder that you need to wear your seatbelt. I mean, we're talking a roughly 13-hour flight, and I'm sure a lot of those passengers on board got complacent when it was 10 hours in. Maybe they went to the bathroom, you returned to your seat, and it's not exactly a priority to buckle up. But many of those that were severely injured, and likely the British man who died, likely did not have their seatbelts on. But there are some reports that 73-year-old British man who died may have had a heart attack. But there are reports that some people hit their head on the ceiling, that once the turbulence set in, a lot of people did not have time to take to their seats and buckle up.
Yeah, one of the witnesses, I'm quoting from a CNN story, one of the witnesses said, quote, "The plane just felt like it dropped. It probably only lasted a few seconds, but I remember vividly seeing shoes and iPads and iPhones and cushions and blankets and cutlery and plates and cups flying through the air and crashing into the ceiling. The gentleman next to me had a cup of coffee, which went straight all over me and up to the ceiling." And you talk about that 73-year-old British man, Charity, if indeed he wasn't buckled up. You think about how many times do we take off our seatbelt on a flight just to get up and go to the lavatory? And little do you know that could be a life or death decision.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's when you see that seatbelt sign illuminated, you need to take notice and buckle up, because you just cannot predict turbulence. I mean, it's most of the time associated with bad weather, but there's also something called clear air turbulence, wind shear can occur and cause a lot of problems, a lot of extreme turbulence.
We will continue to track this story. If there are more developments on it, we will certainly bring those to you. Coming up, we will hear from you. We're asking you on the talkback feature of the free iHeartRadio app all morning long. Triple-digit temperatures could arrive Friday, maybe Saturday, this weekend. Where do you set your thermostat day and night during these hot weather conditions that are going to be around for many, many months now here in South Texas? Lots more coming up. WOAI News Time 6:16. Travis says, Boeing has had their problems of late, but this is not on them. Good point. Jacob Hernandez, I see the same thing about restaurants, talking about the restaurants being full, but I think a better gauge for the economy health is small businesses, and they're struggling. They also employ a large portion of the workforce. That is a very good point, Jacob. Yeah, it just seems, while there are a number of very good economic indicators, it just seems right now that most of your middle class or upper middle class and certainly lower class people economically are just not feeling. I mean, everything's more expensive. Groceries are more expensive. Eating out is more expensive. Rents are more expensive. Cars are more expensive. I did see gasoline kind of went down a little bit in the last week. It was in the upper $3.70 per gallon. I noticed I went by a couple of places that had $3.09 a gallon gasoline, but I just think perception is reality. And when it comes to this election, I go back to James Carville and his adage, it's the economy, stupid. And if people are not feeling the economy, or if they're also convinced by whatever news outlet they follow that the economy is in bad shape, that does not bode well for the incumbents. Rooster says, I just got back from Myrtle Beach on a Boeing flight. I'll admit I was concerned. Yeah, it gets in your head when you hear about multiple issues with Boeing aircraft. Tracy is riding with Biden, which is odd because he's the chairman of the Bexar County MAGA Republicans. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Don't forget, you could win $1,000 today. It's called Bonus Bucks. We do it every weekday between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. At the bottom of each hour, you'll hear a keyword on 1200 WOAI. Take that to our website, WOAI.com. Enter that keyword. Somebody wins $1,000 each hour. It may as well be you. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, death and destruction are being reported following a monster tornado in Iowa. As we approach the 2-year anniversary of the Uvalde school shooting, SAPD Chief William McManus says they have an action place in effect, an event of a mass shooting that takes place in San Antonio. Well, some Southside residents are upset over a proposed zoning area around the Toyota plant. We'll have the story coming up right now. Traffic and weather together.
Your Weather Channel forecast, 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon and evening. High in the upper 90s. Heat index should be up around 105 today. Overnight lows in the upper 70s. Tomorrow and Friday, partly cloudy with a high in the upper 90s. Right now, 80 at the Alamo, 81 at Canyon Lake, and 79 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. Charity, I know all of South Texas is waiting to find out who got it right, you or me, or possibly Mr. T on the first 100-degree day in San Antonio. You said May 16th. You could still win, even though May 16th is come and gone. You could be closer because I had June 2nd. Mr. T had June 3rd. And we found out yesterday Charlie Parker is taking June 4th. So if it's Friday, you still win because you would be 8 days away from May 16th. But if it's Saturday, 100 degrees, then I'm 8 days away. You're 9 days away. And so I would take the title.
And what's crazy is right now, the forecasted high for both Friday and Saturday, 99 degrees.
Yes.
So it could go either way. I love it. The mystery's building.
And if it goes beyond that date, who knows? Charlie Parker and Mr. T might have a shot. Well, we've been asking the people all morning long on the free iHeart Radio app on the Talkback feature. Where do you have your thermostat? We found out this morning Charity has it about 73 degrees. I have it about 74 by day, 72 by night. We want to hear from you, and we're going to hear from Danny. Let's hear from Danny. Wow.
Whoa.
Stay cool, y'all, but not in Danny's house, not in Pipe Creek.
Talk about night sweats. I couldn't do it. I would be miserable tossing and turning in bed, the sheets sticking to my skin. No, thank you.
But Danny's a good citizen because he's saving energy.
That's what CPS Energy recommends. Set that thermostat between 78 and 80 degrees. Raise it by 2 to 3 degrees when you're not at home. But there's someone always at my house, so 73 it is.
All right. Well, Danny, I respect that, man. You're a great
trooper.
And Pipe Creek. You're the pride of Pipe Creek, Danny. Way to go, man. Coming up at 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker on campaign finance and which campaign is making the most money or raising the most money right now, the Biden campaign or the Trump campaign. We'll dive into that and more. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Charity has all the news you need to know on this Wednesday morning, coming up at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 6:26. All right. Tim says, could it be that the pilots of airlines need refresher training for unusual weather conditions? Yeah, that is one question, Tim, that they'll be asking about that Singapore Airlines flight. How much warning? According to eyewitness accounts on board that airplane, they had just activated the fasten seatbelt sign. They were in the middle of food service, and then seconds later, that turbulence hit. So could the pilots have given the passengers better warning? Jacob C. Hernandez says, Charlie Parker is here, ladies and gentlemen. Jacob C. Hernandez says, let me tell my compatriots that Charlie is here. All right. Jacob C. Hernandez says, to be clear, I'm not a Trump guy, but I'm not a never Trumper. I can't stand the guy, but it would be naive of me to think our leaders are always good people. No idea how I'm going to vote this year. All right, so Jacob's one of those in the middle guys, an undecided voter. Now, in Texas, Texas overwhelmingly should vote Trump. So, but there's that. Tracy says, I got to go punch in. Looking forward to another $1 an hour raise June 4th. Local 142 loud and proud, baby. Let me see what Tim says. My electric bill, easy for me to say. Tim says my electric bill was more than double of my regular bill. Yikes. That's not a good thing when you're used to one amount and it doubles. Got to guzzle some more coffee. So Charlie is here. He'll be coming in a while. John Decker is our next guest at 6:40. And Charlie's usually in here around 6:45, 7 o'clock when he comes in.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tornadoes tear through Iowa with multiple fatalities confirmed. A zoning proposal is not sitting well with Southside residents, and the city's top cop talks mass shooting readiness. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: cloudy early, chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high near 98. Chance of scattered storms tonight, a low near 77. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, a massive tornado caused heavy damage to areas throughout Greenfield, Iowa yesterday as multiple homes and buildings were destroyed in the storm. Iowa State Patrol Sergeant Alex Dinkla says there are multiple fatalities.
Sadly, we can't confirm that there have been fatalities with this tornado. Also, injuries have been sustained by residents here in the Greenfield area.
Police are still working to assess the damage. One person has been killed, another seriously hurt after an airplane hit severe turbulence. Here's Fox's Jonathan Savage.
This was a Singapore Airlines flight from London to Singapore. The Boeing 777-300 diverting to Bangkok in Thailand after strong turbulence. Data suggests the aircraft dropped 6,000 feet in around 3 minutes. It was carrying 211 passengers and 18 crew. The airline says it's working with authorities in Thailand to provide medical assistance. Video shows a line of ambulances streaming to the aircraft and transferring passengers off the runway. Singapore Airlines also sending its deepest condolences to the family of the deceased. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Landowners near the San Antonio Toyota manufacturing plant are not happy with the city's zoning proposal for the area. The city's planning department wants to limit commercial and residential development within 2 miles of the plant for reasons of safety and health. Property owners sounded off at yesterday's meeting of the city's zoning commission, irritated that the proposed zone would limit what they could do with their land. The city's presentation said the proposal would affect more than 2,800 properties. Well, as the 2-year anniversary of the Robb Elementary mass shooting in Uvalde approaches, San Antonio's top cop says they're always preparing for the unthinkable.
San Antonio Police Chief William McManus briefed the City Council Public Safety Committee yesterday.
There is nothing that we haven't done to prepare for an active threat situation.
McManus says his department and other agencies have the capability to respond to any threat at schools, businesses, hospitals, or anywhere else in the city. Steps include mass shooting training, better threat assessments, monitoring certain gun purchases, and sharing intelligence with schools. McManus says since SAPD has the resources and capacity to handle active threats, they would always be in charge, so no leadership paralysis like what happened in Uvalde would occur. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Testimony continues today in the trial of a man accused of beating a 5-year-old boy to death. Daniel Garcia is charged with serious bodily injury to a child in the death of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo in 2021. Yesterday, the jury heard from the boy's mother, Nicole Aguilar, who was dating Garcia at the time of the boy's death. Aguilar pled guilty earlier this month to serious bodily injury to a child by omission. The state offered her a plea deal in exchange for her testimony against Garcia. Aguilar will be sentenced after Garcia's trial. Well, former President Trump was back in court yesterday for his hush money trial in New York City. Fox's Nate Foy has more on Decision 2024.
On the 20th day of this trial, lawyers for former President Donald Trump rested their case after testimony from Bob Costello. After that, lawyers on both sides debated about the instructions that will be given to the jury before they decide whether or not Trump is guilty. Here's Trump leaving the courthouse.
This is such an embarrassment of a showing of prosecution that I imagine the judge wouldn't grant the motion to dismiss the case. You can't imagine it.
Judge Juan Merchan agreed to remind the jury that Michael Cohen's guilty plea to federal campaign finance law doesn't imply Trump's guilt. Merchan refused to remind the jury that hush money payments are not illegal.
And closing arguments are set for next Tuesday. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has won the Democratic primary for her ongoing re-election bid. DA Willis thanked her supporters during a viewing party while criticizing her opponent in the upcoming general election, Republican challenger Courtney Kramer.
My opponent is completely unqualified. Completely. She has less than 4 years of practicing law. She has never been in a criminal courtroom.
Willis is currently seeking to prosecute former President Trump for trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Well, Senator Ted Cruz thinks the Biden administration is to blame for the war in the Middle East.
At a Capitol Hill hearing, the Texas Republican had harsh words for the Secretary of State. He blames their foreign policy for giving Hamas terrorists the green light to attack Israel.
To our enemies, this administration has shown constant appeasement and indeed
has flowed billions of dollars to the enemies of America who want to kill us.
Senator Cruz and his fellow party members grilled Secretary Antony Blinken, demanding action against the International Criminal Court. He agreed, saying that arrest warrants for Israeli officials and Hamas leaders was a mistake. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, Donald Trump's campaign is threatening to sue the filmmakers of an upcoming biopic about the former president. The Apprentice is based on Trump's real estate career in the 1980s and includes a scene showing him sexually assaulting his then wife, Ivanka. A Trump spokesperson called the film garbage and pure fiction that sensationalizes lies that have been long debunked. It premiered at the Cannes Film Festival this week, where it earned a nearly 8-minute standing ovation. The Apprentice is currently without a U.S. distributor or release date. Well, with the temperatures heating up comes a warning about the risk of hot car deaths.
On average, 37 U.S. children die in hot cars every year. It's a serious issue, says Sophie Schulman with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
While you think this could never happen to you as a parent, it can, because there's simple changes in your routine, like who's dropping the child off at daycare, that can lead someone to forget that they have a child in the back seat. So we really want folks to make sure that they stop, look, and lock.
She says on a 60-degree day, it only takes 10 minutes for the inside of a car to heat up another 20 degrees, even if it's parked in the shade with the windows down. Melanie Brown.
Well, the Tower of the Americas will host a free monthly live music series starting in June. The party on the Tower Plaza will be held from 7 to 11 p.m. the first Friday of every month from June through October. Organizers say the family-friendly events will include lawn games, a bounce house, bull riding, caricature drawings, and other activities. The Mark Odom County Band kicks off the series on June 7th. More information is available at the Tower of the Americas Facebook page. It is 6:38. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money in the world of business, Scott Carr is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Scott. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Mr. T is off this week. Charlie Parker will be along with Those Were the Days at 6:48. He'll also be in studio a little bit later. But right now, let's check in with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker, who has been following the money in both presidential races. What do we know about the campaigns, John, as far as who has raised the most money so far and who is likely to have raised the most money by November?
Well, it's a great question because money is such an important part of any presidential race, and there is no doubt this is going to be the most expensive presidential race in American history. Who has the most money? It's Joe Biden at this point, $196 million cash on hand altogether when you factor in money associated not only with Joe Biden's campaign, the super PACs, the DNC, all of that significant amount of cash on hand. Donald Trump has not raised that much. And part of the reason has to do with the fact that he's not an incumbent. Another reason has to do with the fact that he can't do those fundraisers right now like Joe Biden can, in the sense that 4 out of 5 days a week, that trial is winding down, but 4 out of 5 days a week for the past 6 weeks, he's been stuck in a courtroom. So perhaps that fundraising will pick up over the course of the next few weeks once that trial concludes. But it was a good month last month for the Trump campaign. And we saw a decline in the amount of money raised by the Biden campaign in the month of April.
So, John, are we too far away from the November election to gauge what these figures mean in terms of enthusiasm or favorability for each candidate?
Oh, it really is. We're talking about almost 5 months to go until the presidential election. The fundraising totals will increase significantly between now and November. Donald Trump has a big fundraiser coming up, as does Joe Biden. He had one yesterday in Boston. He's heading out to Los Angeles soon for a big fundraiser with some Hollywood stars, and that will raise a significant amount of money for his campaign. But, enthusiasm, you can certainly measure it by the amount of money that has been raised. There's no doubt about that. Incumbents typically have an advantage over the challenger. That was not the case, however, in 2020, when Joe Biden outraised the amount of money of the incumbent president, Donald Trump, in the 2020 election campaign cycle.
Well, and as you mentioned, the difference between being an incumbent and not being an incumbent, John, even though Donald Trump is not an incumbent, I mean, it's unusual in that he kind of feels like one in some regard because he was, in the White House recently. Does he have the ability, given all of Biden's incumbency assets moving through the summer, to outraise Joe Biden?
Well, there's always that possibility. And you're right. Donald Trump is a challenger, but he's not your typical challenger because, as you point out, he was president for 4 years. Essentially, you have two incumbents competing against each other this election cycle. I do expect the Trump campaign to really pick up its fundraising once this trial concludes, especially after the Republican National Convention, which will take place in mid-July in Milwaukee. And then, of course, by then we'll have, we will know who Donald Trump's running mate will be. And that individual will also be responsible for significant fundraising for this presidential campaign.
And John, when it comes to fundraising, is it really those small dollar donations that are having the biggest impact for both campaigns?
For both campaigns, the answer is absolutely. We hear about these big fundraisers with corporate donors and high dollar figures being raised, but it really is the small dollar, less than $200 donations that fund presidential campaigns. That is certainly the case for both Joe Biden and Donald Trump. It was the case for both of them in the 2020 election campaign cycle, and it's repeated for this campaign cycle as well.
He is our go-to guy on all things election 2024. White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Our thanks to him. Charlie Parker coming up with Those Were the Days, and he'll be in studio in a little bit as well. WOAI News Time, 6:46. The thumbs up. I get a thumbs up from Andrew Zimmel and from EJ because they let me know So I have to turn my microphone on to talk to you on the YouTube stream. So if I was still going out on the airways, my voice would be going out over the next commercial or the next promo after the segment ends. So if you're wondering why I'm doing that at the end of every segment, I'm signaling Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco, our technical directors, that I got their signal and I'm good to talk. That's what's happening. Backyard Smoker, what is going on? Welcome in. Let's see, it is. Thank you, Jacob, for the thumbs up. Backyard Smoker. Backyard Smoker says, who's ready for a 3-day weekend? I can't wait to put my brisket on Sunday and have a wonderful meal on Monday. Sounds good to me. Eric says, yesterday we talked about game show hosts. Could we discuss game show panelists, especially the regulars? For example, we had Richard Dawson as the host of the Family Feud. He was fun on Match Game too. Yes, that's a good one. Because you could even go American Idol or one of those games as far as panelists, Dancing with the Stars. We're going to play some more talkbacks coming up. Jacob, you're right. Just leave it on the patio and it'll cook in this weather. Good point. All right, let me see what we got here. Oh, I have to forward that. I got to listen to a Joe Pags thing here for a sec. Okay, I think I got it. Order. Charlie Parker coming in here in just a few minutes, any minute now, in fact.
Here are some of the stories we're following for you. Former President Trump will be making a campaign stop in Texas today. Efforts are still underway to get the lights back on in Houston, and a search is underway for a suspect with 2 young boys that may be in San Antonio. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Your Weather Channel forecast, 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon and evening, high in the upper 90s with a heat index close to 105. Overnight lows in the upper 70s. Tomorrow and Friday, partly cloudy with a high in the upper 90s. Right now, 76 in Kerrville, 77 at the Buc-ee's near San Marcos, and it's cloudy, 79 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. Our thanks to Charlie Parker, for those were the days. And breaking news, Charlie Parker is in the building. So we'll have Charlie Parker in studio shortly. And if you want to see Charlie Parker in studio, we have a YouTube live video stream. Andrew Zimmel doing the heavy lifting on that. Go to YouTube. Just got to search 1200 WOAI. It's easy to find. We interact with you throughout that as well, not only verbally, but Charity McCurdy talking with some people as well on the chat. I like the live chat, Charity. It's 24/7 interactivity.
Yeah, and you never know where the conversation will go. We're touching on all sorts of random subjects, including my crush when it involves older men. Someone mentioned Jacob. Is it just me, or did Charity have a lot of crushes on older men growing up? And I responded, yes. I only had like 3 channels on television. That's what you get.
My first kiddie crush watching Batman, Julie Newmar as Catwoman.
Yes.
To this, Julie Newmar, whenever if I'm channel surfing and an old Batman comes on and Julie Newmar is in her Catwoman suit, I am putting that remote control down.
She wore it well.
I am in for the long haul. Well, Charity, we have been talking about it could be triple digits. You mentioned Friday and Saturday, the high temperature forecast for 99. We know that means we could move into triple-digit temperatures either Friday or Saturday. And we've been asking the people after we revealed ourselves where we put the thermostat. You're a 73-degree thermostat gal.
Mm-hmm. And it's just the right temperature, not too hot, not too cold. It's all about staying comfortable.
So we go about 74 in my house by day. My wife likes it colder at night. She'll go about 72. I got to cover up. And it's 72 plus ceiling fans. And I need blankets at night to make it through that.
I'll even use the ceiling fans in the wintertime. It's just, I don't know. I'm so conditioned to have it on. I think hearing the ceiling fan just helps me fall asleep.
It is nice. It's nice white noise.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we've been asking you, and we'll ask Charlie Parker coming up in a little bit as well. Where do you put your thermostat? You can talk back to us on the free iHeartRadio app. It's easy. That's a free app. You search 1200 WOAI. You'll see a microphone button. Gives you 30 seconds. You talk back to us, and we play your comments on the air. Let's do that right now. Let's go to Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, a great point by Paul. Here we're talking about comfort, and a lot of people still don't have it in the Houston area.
I mean, last check, it's at least 67,000 still without. That's like 6 days of no AC in Houston.
Yeah, and 97, 99 degrees in Houston with that humidity. It's worse than San Antonio.
Big time.
My goodness. All right, let's listen to Travis. Here comes Travis.
See, that was me back in the day. I was like 68, 69. And then when the kids came along, I bumped up the AC and it's been at 73 ever since.
Yeah, a lot of consistency in Travis's household. Just keep it at 69 almost all year round. Let's listen to one more. Let's listen to Barney. Ooh.
Dang. What's that electric bill like every month?
I didn't even know there was an igloo setting on the air conditioner.
Yeah, I think he's being facetious, but that's wow. I have no words. I've never heard of anyone having the thermostat at 64 degrees. I would think it would like freeze the AC system at that point.
That's I would think so too, that too long at 64 degrees, things would malfunction.
Yeah.
But, wow. Roadrunner. Amazing. Very, very cool. Keep them coming. Charlie Parker will be in studio with us coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll hear where he sets his thermostat and a whole lot more in the next half hour. Wait till you hear this. We'll hear from some of the victims of that Iowa tornado coming right up. Charity McCurdy, though, right now has everything you need to know in the world on this Wednesday morning. WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tornadoes in Iowa leave multiple people dead. Trump will make a campaign stop in Texas and look for a beefed up law enforcement presence over the holiday weekend. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: cloudy early, chance for scattered thunderstorms later in the day, a high in the upper 90s. Chance of scattered storms tonight, a low near 77. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, tornadoes tore through Iowa yesterday, resulting in extensive damage. One Greenfield, Iowa resident says she thought she lost her home.
It got really, really loud, and we thought we lost our house, but we were lucky. But like everyone else is not so much. Like my brother Cody, his house just got wiped.
The storm also took down at least 3 wind turbines, and at least one was seen in flames. Officials say there are multiple fatalities. Meanwhile, cleanup continues in Houston and more power is being restored. Eric Lycum has the latest.
During the storms last week, over 2,500 windows downtown were broken. Yesterday, the downtown Houston Management District announced more roads and sidewalks were being closed due to changing wind conditions and expedite repairs. Employers in the affected areas were asked to let their employees work remotely for the rest of the week. Meanwhile, CenterPoint Energy said around 90% of their customers have had their power restored as of last night, and we're working to get the remaining 150,000 customers still in the dark back online by this evening. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, 4 more states held primaries yesterday. Fox's Chris DeMeo has the latest on Decision 2024.
President Biden and former President Trump each winning races in Kentucky and Oregon, adding to their delegate total. Georgia and Idaho also holding contests. In Georgia, Fani Willis won the Democratic primary for Fulton County DA, handily defeating Christian Wise Smith. Willis indicted Trump and several other co-defendants on charges relating to the 2020 presidential election results. Vince Fong won a special election in California. The Republican will fill out the remainder of the term served by former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Well, former President Trump returns to Texas today for a couple of fundraisers. Trump is scheduled to speak at a fundraising luncheon in Houston. Trump will later attend an event in Dallas just a few days after appearing in the city at the annual convention of the NRA. The funds raised at the Dallas event will reportedly go to Trump's presidential campaign, the Republican National Committee, and the Republican parties of 41 different states other than Texas. Well, the White House has issued some corrections for President Biden's recent speech. Here's Fox's Kevin Cork.
White House officials going into cleanup mode after the president delivered a gaffe-riddled speech to the NAACP on Sunday in Detroit, making a whopping, wait for it, 9 corrections in the formal transcript. It's true, the changes fixing both trips of the tongue, such as, calling Capitol rioters erectionists, and flagrant retellings of history, like, claiming he was still the vice president during the COVID-19 pandemic. Not true. The official transcript released Monday made no bones about the errors, with strike-throughs of Mr. Biden's mistakes, and of course, the corrected comments included in brackets.
And President Biden is criticizing Trump for a since-deleted video referencing a unified Reich. The president spoke at 2 fundraisers in Boston yesterday and brought up a video that Trump shared on social media that alluded to Nazi Germany. Biden also cut a short campaign video saying Trump was using Hitler's language, not America's, and that he only cares about holding on to power. Well, AAA says a record number of Texans are planning road trips over Memorial Day, and police will be keeping a close eye to make sure everyone is wearing their seatbelt. Alan Skaya has more.
TxDOT says a seatbelt can reduce your risk of dying in a wreck by 45% if you're in a car and 60% in a pickup truck. Fort Worth District Engineer David Salazar says Click It or Ticket has saved thousands of lives since it started in 2002.
No one is above the law. We want everyone to understand that the few seconds it takes to put on a seatbelt can be the difference between life and death in a crash.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says 90% of Texans now wear their seatbelt consistently, but 11,000 people died in crashes across the country when not wearing their seatbelt in 2022.
Well, a hearing is set for today in Memphis on a claim by Elvis Presley's granddaughter that the upcoming foreclosure sale of Graceland is a fraudulent scheme. Actress Riley Keough was granted control of Elvis Presley's mansion after her mother, Lisa Marie Presley, died last year. In a lawsuit filed this week, Keough alleges that the creditor's paperwork on a $3.8 million loan to Graceland is fraudulent and that the signatures are forged. The Graceland foreclosure sale is scheduled for tomorrow. A judge is expected to decide at today's hearing whether to delay the sale. It is 7:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. Charlie Parker is in studio. He'll be with us till 9 o'clock this morning. Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Mr. T on vacation this week. He will be back next week. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Got a big 7 o'clock hour for you at 7:20. Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. His take on the morning's big stories. 7:40 national correspondent Rory O'Neill on how the economy and other factors might be affecting your vacation plans for the summer. A lot of people beginning their vacations this coming weekend with Memorial Day weekend. We'll get into that and a whole lot more. And coming up on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, we'll hear from some of the Iowa tornado survivors in the aftermath of those devastating tornadoes yesterday in Iowa. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Your Weather Channel 3-day forecast, there is a 40% chance of thunderstorms late today. Best chance is between 6 and 7 o'clock. I would not bet money on it. Look for highs today, tomorrow, and on Friday in the upper 90s. 79 right now in Alamo Heights, 77 at my grandbaby's house in Buda, Texas, and it is 7-11.
San Antonio's first news. That is the voice of Charlie Parker. Charlie Parker in studio. If you're watching on the YouTube feed, you will see he's wearing a Spurs baseball cap and a very cool Sons of Popovich t-shirt. Where'd you get the Sons of Popovich t-shirt?
My youngest daughter gave it to me for either Christmas or a birthday 15 years ago.
I've never seen it.
I don't know where she got it, and I have never seen anyone else wear one.
I've seen it. You wear it a few times. I've never seen anybody else wear it. You can see it on the video, but it's got like a Grim Reaper with a basketball and
like the Sons of Anarchy logo.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's very, very cool. Well, this is a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. There were devastating tornadoes across the Midwest yesterday, in particular in Iowa. And a town that really got hit with multiple fatalities was Greenfield, Iowa. And let's listen now to some of the victims who were eyewitnesses to that tornado, their accounts of it. Let's listen in right now. Victims and eyewitnesses to that tornado in Greenfield, Iowa. That town is about 50 miles southwest of Des Moines. And sadly, you heard the woman praying that everybody was safe. Sadly, there are multiple fatalities. We don't know the actual number yet in Greenfield, Iowa. Charlie Parker, ever been in a tornado?
I have seen a couple, all at the same time when I was working at another radio station back in the mid 80s. The studio was in a building on Data Point, like on the 9th, 10th floor.
Yeah.
And you could see at an angle the golf course. What's that golf course over there off of Fredericksburg?
I know the course. I don't know
where
the
they
name.
used to play the Texas Open.
Yes.
Yeah. And I saw like 3 going by, and it's pretty freaky. And I had neighbors who one of them was a tornado chaser. I think there's a name for that. Maybe it's a tornado.
Yeah.
I never quite understood that. Hey, there's going to be some tornadoes today. Let's go out and see how close we can get to them. No, thank you.
Yeah.
And I don't want to add insult to injury, but I'm going to do that. That first lady that we just heard there, first time I've ever prayed in my life. Well, that might be part of your problem.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, maybe you want to get on that. Charity McCurdy, tornado experience?
Just the sirens, hearing them was terrifying enough as a kid living at the time in Montgomery, Alabama.
They
And
get a lot of them.
my parents were not at home at the time. My older sister was babysitting us, but she knew what to do. We got a mattress and all somehow managed to fit in the bathtub. But we were not hit. We were able to get out like a few minutes later.
I can't imagine the people who live in Tornado Alley who have to go through this frequently throughout their lives and throughout tornado season. Coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. We'll get his take on the morning's big stories and a whole lot more. WOAI News Time is 7:15. Travis, he's saying that wasn't Turtle Creek.
No, it's
what is that?
It's got a name like what that
Pecan
area
Valley?
is. No. Fredericksburg and Data Point.
Yeah, right.
You know, right across in the same area as where Channel 5's located.
Right, yeah.
Where they used to play the Texas Open.
Oak Hills.
Oak Hills.
Oak Hills.
It was Oak Hills.
Oak Hills,
Oak
yeah.
Hills. There you go.
Right.
Oak Hills Golf. It was wild.
Mike Opelka coming right up. I'll throw to you for the first Opelka question. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And then Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. Always love getting his takes on the morning's big stories. Before we go to Mike, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Authorities in Iowa are still working to determine the number of deaths after a tornado ripped through the town of Greenfield. Severe turbulence on a Singapore-bound Boeing flight leaves one dead and several others severely injured. And former President Trump is making another campaign stop in Texas. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
There is a 30 to 40% chance of thunderstorms late this afternoon, early evening. Best chances around 6, 7, maybe 8 o'clock. Being a gambler, I wouldn't put any money on that. Otherwise, look for highs today, tomorrow, and on Friday in the upper 90s. 78 in Seguin, 80 in Almas Park, 80 in San Antonio. It's 7:21.
San Antonio's first news every weekday morning at this time. We check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And you heard the voice, Mr. Opelka. Charlie Parker is in the studio. Whoops, my bad.
Parker always makes me happy.
Yes.
Well, we strive to make you happy as you do us. But I think most people know that anything and everything of any import is available at the Pure Opelka podcast weekdays. I'm being lazy today, so I haven't really perused it. What of everything that's going on in the world right now, what's piquing your interest the most?
Well, Charlie, you know, everybody overcovers the stuff going on at the trial and all that, and we're still 166 days away from the election. We're all a little exhausted. So I'm watching some stuff on the perimeter. And a story that's not posted yet, but will be, is that 4 cats in America have died from bird flu. 4 cats, 2 of them domestic, and they were on a property with no livestock. So I'm always worried when these things start bubbling up like this, because, you know, the Democrats will want to use it to lock everybody down and mail-in voting again. But I just don't think we need another pandemic panic. So I'm digging on this, and we'll hear from the Cleveland Clinic for tomorrow as well. But just I'm watching that one.
And Mike, Ireland, Spain, and Norway have announced plans to formally recognize a Palestinian state. Where do you think things go from here, and will it impact anything on the war?
I don't think it'll be much of an actual physical impact on the war. I do think this will be a lot of bluster in the UN, and a few people in the EU will stand up and say, we got to stop this. But the 3 countries you named aren't really influential or big military powers that anyone's going to say, oh, yeah, we'll respect your decision. And it comes down to money and power, military power. So it's good positioning for them to keep the riots off their streets, but little else.
And Mike, actress Jane Fonda back in the news. She's calling for a boycott of sorts What do you know about this boycott that Jane Fonda is calling for?
Well, this goes back to ancient Greek times. I think, was it Aristophanes? And one of the classic plays from Aristophanes where the women decided the only way to end the war was to cross their legs and cut off their husbands and the men in their lives. So the same kind of kitty cat boycott that we had in classic Greek literature, Jane Fonda wants that to be in effect to end climate change. I don't think there's going to be any real progress in terms of climate change and what she wants by this, but it certainly makes for an interesting talking point.
I'm a big fan of Bryce Harper, who plays for the Philadelphia Phillies, but it's still much too early for me to pay too much attention to Major League Baseball. But apparently he's garnering some accolades these days.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on this, Charlie. You know, I go to a couple of Phillies games a year, and I'm still a White Sox fan. Feel bad for me. But you got to love a guy that will take the opportunity to help somebody get their prom date. And he helped the kid out, knocked on the door, wearing the Phillies hat, and asked the girl to go to the prom for this guy. And it's just a classic video. I love seeing this. And when baseball does this, it renews my faith, and it truly is America's game.
And Mike, Mother Nature continues to be absolutely terrifying. The frequency of these monster tornadoes, like what happened in Iowa, I mean, really makes you feel like nowhere is safe.
Well, you know, Charity, we keep building in places where there have been hundreds of years of history of tornado and tornadic activity. So unless we start looking at history and going, you know what, maybe we shouldn't put another trailer park in this area. Maybe we shouldn't put a wind farm in this area. It's going to get wiped out. And that's basically being smart, I guess. And there is a crazy video that shows a tornado destroying an entire wind farm in Iowa. And yeah, Iowa had also deadly storms, but it just seems like, again, we got to be a little smarter.
He is Mike Opelka. You can always get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcast. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Another episode will drop this morning, so you don't want to miss it. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Coming up at 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Are you traveling for Memorial Day weekend, or do you have summer travel plans? He's got some information that could help you out. Charity McCurdy at the bottom of the hour with all the big stories on this Wednesday morning. WOAI News Time, 7:26.
Thank you, brother.
He's still around?
Yeah. Big Lennon fan.
Oh, nice. In that case, I like him even more.
Yeah. He's a Canuck.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right. We are going to talk at 7:50 about Victor Wembanyama making the all defensive team, first rookie ever. I'm typing that to Charity to let her know. Wow. Echo 5 Hotel says $2.94 gas in Marble Falls. I saw $3.09 per gallon on Stone Oak Parkway a couple of days ago, but $2.94, man, that's the lowest I've seen it in a while. Charity's news is coming right up. Rooster, Tim, I don't get tornadoes, but I do get typhoons and earthquakes. Tim is in the Philippines for anybody that may be new to our YouTube feed. We need a t-shirt to give away to the furthest away viewer and or listener. Right now, that would be Tim in the Philippines. Here comes Charity.
7:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tornadoes tear through Iowa with multiple fatalities confirmed. A zoning proposal is not sitting well with some Southside residents, and the city's top cop talks mass shooting readiness. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: cloudy early, chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high in the upper 90s, chance of scattered storms tonight, a low in the upper 70s. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, a massive tornado caused heavy damage to areas throughout Greenfield, Iowa yesterday as multiple homes and buildings were destroyed in the storm. Iowa State Patrol Sergeant Alex Dinkla says there are multiple fatalities.
Sadly, we can confirm that there have been fatalities with this tornado. Also, injuries have been sustained by residents here in the Greenfield area.
And police are still working to assess the damage. Meantime, cleanup continues in Houston and more power is being restored. Eric Lycum has the latest.
During the storms last week, over 2,500 windows downtown were broken. Yesterday, the Downtown Houston Management District announced more roads and sidewalks were being closed due to changing wind conditions and to expedite repairs. Employers in the affected areas were asked to let their employees work remotely for the rest of the week. Meanwhile, CenterPoint Energy said around 90% of their customers have had their power restored as of last night, and we're working to get the remaining 150,000 customers still in the dark back online by this evening. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
With the 2-year anniversary of the Robb Elementary School shooting on Friday, San Antonio Police Chief William McManus briefed the City Council Public Safety Committee on what they're doing should the unthinkable happen.
There is nothing that we haven't done to prepare for an active threat situation.
McManus says his department and other agencies have undergone mass shooting training, as well as using the Fusion Center for better threat assessments and keeping an eye on certain gun purchases or requests. The briefing was in response to council member and mayoral candidate Manny Pelaez's request. Former President Trump was back in court yesterday for his hush money trial in New York City. Fox's Nate Foy has the latest on Decision 2024.
On the 20th day of this trial, lawyers for former President Donald Trump rested their case after testimony from Bob Costello. After that, lawyers on both sides debated about the instructions that will be given to the jury before they decide whether or not Trump is guilty. Here's Trump leaving the courthouse.
This is such an embarrassment of a showing of prosecution that I imagine the judge wouldn't grant the motion to dismiss the case. You can't imagine it.
Judge Juan Merchan agreed to remind the jury that Michael Cohen's guilty plea to federal campaign finance law doesn't imply Trump's guilt. Merchan refused to remind the jury that hush money payments are not illegal.
Closing arguments are set for next Tuesday. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has won the Democratic primary for her ongoing re-election bid. DA Willis told supporters at a viewing party she's grateful for their support, but emphasizes this is only the beginning of her campaign.
This is a fight for safety. It's a fight for justice, but it's a fight for the rule of law. And we are just at the beginning of this fight.
She will now face Republican challenger Courtney Kramer in the general election in November. Senator Ted Cruz thinks the Biden administration is to blame for the war in the Middle East.
At a Capitol Hill hearing, the Texas Republican had harsh words for the Secretary of State. He blames their foreign policy for giving Hamas terrorists the green light to attack Israel.
To our enemies, this administration has shown constant appeasement and indeed has flowed billions of dollars to the enemies of America who want to kill us.
Senator Cruz and his fellow party members grilled Secretary Antony Blinken, demanding action against the International Criminal Court. He agreed, saying that arrest warrants for Israeli officials and Hamas leaders was a mistake. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Landowners near the San Antonio Toyota manufacturing plant are not happy with the city's zoning proposal for the area. The city's planning department wants to limit commercial and residential development within 2 miles of the plant for reasons of safety and health. Property owners sounded off at a meeting yesterday of the city zoning commission, irritated that the proposed zone would limit what they could do with their land. The city's presentation said the proposal would affect more than 2,800 properties. Well, passengers who experienced deadly turbulence on a flight to Singapore have been reliving their ordeal.
Joshua says he's in a lot of pain.
One huge loud noise, things were coming through the ceiling, water everywhere, people crying.
He was one of 211 passengers and 18 crew on board the Singapore Airlines flight from London when severe turbulence hit. One 73-year-old man was killed. Andrew Davies tried to help.
We laid him on the floor near the bulkhead, and there were some passengers who, thankfully, were medics, could administer CPR.
Dozens were hurt, with many needing hospital treatment when the plane diverted to Thailand. Pictures show the inside of the aircraft strewn with debris. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money in the world of business. Scott Carr is live at the Bloomberg News Desk.
Thanks, Charity. Well, how old is the vehicle you drive? The odds are it's at least 12 years old, and in part you can blame that on the pandemic. S&P Global Mobility, they track state vehicle registration data nationwide. They're reporting today cars, trucks, and SUVs across the country keep getting older, hitting a record average age of 12.6 years as people hang on to the vehicles largely because new ones cost so much. Though they note the growth in the average age is starting to slow down as new vehicle sales start to come down, recovering from the pandemic-related shortages of parts. A new Bloomberg report is saying it is possible to get to net zero carbon emissions globally by the year 2050. But it's going to cost governments and companies an extra $34 trillion. A 20-page report by the research group Bloomberg NEF crunches 18 million different data points, and they report $34 trillion is about 19% more than previous estimates. They report political and populist resistance to the changeover to cleaner energies, part of the reason, along with higher interest rates and inflation. Stock futures are flat to slightly lower. Live with the Bloomberg Business Report, I'm Scott Carr on News Radio 1200. WOAI.
Thanks, Scott. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's First News, Charlie Parker in studio. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Mr. T on vacation this week. He will be back next week. Are you taking a vacation? Are you going out for the Memorial Day weekend somewhere? Or do you have a summer vacation planned? National correspondent Rory O'Neill has information on vacationing this summer for us. Rory O'Neill, why might this summer be different from others when it comes to vacationing?
Well, particularly for this Memorial Day weekend, we're seeing travel at near record levels not seen since 2005, believe it or not, with AAA predicting 44 million people will be traveling just this weekend. This could be one of the busiest summer travel seasons ever. And you want to know a big X factor in this? There's a lot more Americans traveling to Europe this summer for one reason only.
Taylor Swift.
A lot of one of our colleagues in Miami, by the way, taking the whole family to Wales to see Taylor Swift because that's a much cheaper way to see Swiftie than it is to try to buy tickets here in the States.
Incredible. Talk about a global impact. And we always hear predictions that, holiday weekend or summer travel is going to set a new record every year. Is that because more vacations are actually being booked, or is this just the result of continued population growth?
Well, I think some of it is population growth, but also we are just seeing the total numbers increase as well. AAA is pretty well known for some of their forecasts. Obviously, 38 million people expected to be driving just for this weekend. But we're seeing a cultural shift as well. No one wants stuff anymore. People want experiences, spending money on that Taylor Swift concert or that trip to Paris for the Olympics. These trips that you can share and post on Instagram are a much bigger priority now than getting a pair of shoes or a new phone.
What actually constitutes travel as far as distance goes? Because I hear that all the time. People are going to drive like 50 miles from, well, I do that even when it's not a vacation.
Well, right. Well, that's the metric that AAA uses is the 50 miles or more from home over the holiday weekend. So that's how they describe it. They don't think a typical commute is more than 50 miles. So that's how they factor things in. Plus, with typically people having a weekend off from work, they'd like to think that people are able to travel those 50 miles plus to enjoy themselves.
Well, and you mentioned, Rory, this could be one of the biggest summer travel seasons ever. So many things. When I hear something in 2024, I look at it through a lens of this is an election year, and what does that mean? In this case, economically. I know both major presidential candidates are arguing whether we have a good economy or a bad economy. At least from that metric, Rory, we could say, I guess the economy is good for those people who are doing all that traveling.
Well, the idea is that people are confident that they'll still have a job to come back to. So if they have to put the trip on a credit card, they're confident that they have a job that will still give them income in order to pay off some of that debt. And as long as unemployment remains low, that confidence will be there. And of course, if they're not in the radio industry, that helps too.
Yes, it does. He is national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Coming up, Victor Wembanyama does something else that's amazing. He does something that no other rookie has ever done. We'll take a look at the weather. And where does Charlie Parker set his thermostat during a long, hot summer? All of that coming at you. WOAI News Time, 744. Good morning, Hector Gomez. Thank you, Michael. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. Another amazing accolade for Victor Wembanyama. We will get into that with Charlie Parker coming right up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Authorities in Iowa are still working to determine the number of deaths after a monster tornado ripped through the town of Greenfield. 4 state primary elections were held with a lot of attention focused on a race in Georgia where Fulton County DA Fani Willis emerged victorious. And the Click It or Ticket campaign is in effect in Texas. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather together.
%40 of the area scheduled to see some rain late this afternoon. Otherwise, partly cloudy, partly sunny. Highs in the upper 90s. 75 in Fredericksburg, 75 in Kerrville, 80 degrees in San Antonio. WOAI news time is 7:51.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. Charlie Parker. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Mr. T off this week. E.J. Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon on YouTube right now on our live YouTube stream. You can find it. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. Ryan Rodriguez says, shout out to my kids having graduation ceremonies today at Frank Madla Elementary School in San Antonio. And Ryan says also a shout out to my sister graduating from UTSA. Very cool, Ryan.
Congratulations.
I used to live right next door to Frank Madla in an apartment complex over on Whitewood.
Nice.
Way back in the day.
Very, very cool. Well, we mentioned, Charlie, you are appropriately dressed in a Spurs cap and a Sons of Popovich t-shirt. And Victor Wembanyama, just when you think we know all of the accolades that he has gotten from his rookie season, he got a pretty big one and historic one yesterday.
Shaq didn't do it. Wilt didn't do it. David didn't do it. Timmy didn't do it. Bill Russell didn't do it. The list goes on and on and on, because Victor Wembanyama is the first rookie in the history of the National Basketball Association to make all defensive first team.
Wow. My goodness. And every time we hear more Victor Wembanyama amazing things, I keep thinking to myself, if this guy stays healthy, this was his rookie year, and he was off the charts. What's he going to be like in year 2, 3, 5?
I can only imagine, and my imagination might be bigger than reality, but no, he's going. It's in stone.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing.
It's safe to say he's exceeded expectations. I mean, considering they were so high to begin with.
Yeah.
He didn't exceed mine, because my expectations are always very, very, very high.
But my God, you mentioned Wilt and Bill Russell, and dare I mention Michael Jordan and Kobe and Tim Duncan. I mean, the ceiling for Victor Wembanyama, he could very well be. You can put out one hand and say the 5 greatest ever, and he might be on that list when it's all said and done.
I wouldn't argue with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's hope so. Let's hope that that's the case.
Now, the All-NBA team, I guess, is going to be revealed today. And apparently, if Wemby makes that, he would be the first rookie to earn that distinction since Tim Duncan. And that was 26 years ago for Duncan.
Yeah, I don't know what you would think if you were all defensive first team. That in itself would be big enough to make, all NBA first team.
Going to be interesting. I mean, if he's not on first team, all NBA, I mean, I think there's even a third team for all NBA. It's going to be interesting to see if he lands somewhere on that. And of course, I'd love it if he was on the first team for all NBA.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, Charlie, you were schooling me during a break because you've been doing the weather here on what a 40% chance of rain, which they're saying is in the forecast later this afternoon and evening, what it really means.
Well, Bill Taylor told me once. We were both drunk. No, I'm just kidding. Bill's a friend, but, we don't hang out. But I'm pretty sure Bill told me this once. 40% does not mean there's a 40% opportunity for it to rain. 40% means 40% of the area should see some rain.
Huh.
As hard as that might be to comprehend.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean out of 100% chance of rain today, there's a 40% opportunity. That's not what it means. It means that 40% of the area, of course, they never explain to you what the area is.
Right.
I don't know what we know that on News 4, they got eastern zones, west zones, north zones, south zones, and all that kind of stuff. I'm not sure just exactly what that means. I just know when I hear 40%, I go, yeah, ain't happening. If I don't hear 50, 60, and even then I'm not confident about the fact that it's going to rain at my house, I don't, it's got to be a pretty big number for me to get excited about. I hear, hey, 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. I go, okay, never mind. It'll be dry at my house.
Charity, at what number do you get excited? 80% chance of rain?
Yes, I'd probably be more like, 60, 70. That's when I'm like, okay, I'm going to get some of the wet stuffs at some point.
All right, now, Charlie, the burning question. We found out earlier this morning at Charity McCurdy's house, she keeps the thermostat around 73 throughout the long, hot summer. It's about 74 by day at my house. My wife takes it down to about 72 at night. In the Parker household, in a hot summer or this weekend when it might be 100 degrees, where's that thermostat going to be?
Whatever it is that makes me feel the same, makes me feel comfortable. I'm like the caller that we had earlier, I can afford it. So whatever I have to do to keep me comfortable. But generally speaking, right now, about the last week or so, it's been 72, 73. And at nighttime, minimum, when I go to bed, minimum 70.
Whoa.
Wow.
Minimum.
That's chilly.
And then I still get up in the middle of the night and go, hit like 68. I have to remember that then when I get up to come to work, that I need to put it back on 72, because if Eva wakes up and it's 68, she freaks. It's too cold in here. That's why we have blankets.
More Charlie Parker coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. In fact, coming right up at 8:10, national correspondent Aaron Real. You hear a lot of people saying Texas should secede from the union. Some other states are saying that as well. Just what would it take to secede from the union? We'll talk about that with Aaron Real and a whole lot more. Joe Pags will give us a preview in the 8 o'clock hour as well. Charity, moments away at the top of the hour with all the big stories on this Wednesday morning. WOAI News Time 7:58. Welcome in, Kay. Good morning. see, we got K Echo 5 Hotel. Edgar, welcome in, Edgar. Buenos. Eric, Ryan, anybody else who may be joining us right now on the live video stream, welcome in. We got another hour. Charity's going to have all your news here at the top of the hour. Charlie Parker in studio. 8:10 national correspondent Aaron Real. 8:40 Joe Pags will have a preview of the Joe Pags show. Irma, welcome in. Irma Perez, welcome in. Here comes Charity in a moment.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tornadoes in Iowa leave multiple people dead. Trump will make a campaign stop in Texas today and look for a beefed up law enforcement presence over the holiday weekend. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: cloudy early, chance for thunderstorms later, a high in the upper 90s, chance of scattered storms tonight, a low near 77. Get a move on, it is 80 degrees. Well, a massive tornado killed multiple people in Iowa yesterday. Fox's Carmen Roberts reports at least 3 people are dead.
Shelters have been set up for residents of Greenfield, Iowa, where a monster tornado ripped through the town, destroying most of it, injuring at least 12 people and killing several.
We thought we lost our house, but we were lucky. But like everyone else is not so much. Like my brother Cody, his house just got wiped.
After devastating the small town of Greenfield, southeast of Des Moines, the storms moved eastward, pummeling parts of Illinois and Wisconsin and knocking out power to more than 130,000 customers in the 2 states. Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
Well, street closures are still in effect in downtown Houston as crews work to repair damage from last week's storm. Over 65,000 residents are still without power, but officials hope to have most service restored by tonight. Several Houston area school districts have announced school closures today, mostly because of those lingering power outages. Yesterday, the head of FEMA toured the damaged areas. As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, former President Trump returns to Texas today for a couple of fundraisers. Trump is scheduled to speak at a fundraising luncheon in Houston. Trump will later attend an event in Dallas just a few days after appearing in the city at the annual convention of the NRA. The funds raised at the Dallas event will reportedly go to Trump's presidential campaign, the Republican National Committee, and the Republican parties of 41 different states other than Texas. Meanwhile, more details are coming out about the FBI search warrant executed at Trump's Florida home at Mar-a-Lago. Fox's Brooke Singman has details.
Newly released court documents revealing shocking details about the FBI's August 2022 raid on Mar-a-Lago. According to the filing, the DOJ and FBI agents plan to bring standard issue weapons, ammo, handcuffs, and medium and large-sized bolt cutters. They were also instructed to wear unmarked polo or collared shirts and to keep law enforcement equipment concealed. The FBI says this is normal, saying, quote, the FBI followed standard protocol in this search as we do for all search warrants, which includes a standard policy statement limiting the use of deadly force. No one ordered additional steps to be taken, and there was no departure from the norm in this matter. Brooke Singman, Fox News.
Well, President Biden is criticizing Trump for a since-deleted video referencing a unified Reich. The president spoke at 2 fundraisers in Boston yesterday and brought up a video that Trump shared on social media that alluded to Nazi Germany. Biden also cut a short campaign video saying Trump was using Hitler's language, not America's. Well, as the 2-year anniversary of the Robb Elementary mass shooting in Uvalde approaches Friday, San Antonio's top cop says they're always preparing for the unthinkable.
San Antonio Police Chief William McManus briefed the City Council Public Safety Committee yesterday.
There is nothing that we haven't done to prepare for an active threat situation.
McManus says his department and other agencies have the capability to respond to any threat at schools, businesses, hospitals, or anywhere else in the city. Steps include mass shooting training, better threat assessments, monitoring certain gun purchases, and sharing intelligence with schools. McManus says since SAPD has the resources and capacity to handle active threats, they would always be in charge, so no leadership paralysis like what happened in Uvalde would occur. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
With triple digits on the way, officials are issuing a warning about the risk of hot car deaths. On average, 37 U.S. children die in hot cars every year. Sophie Schulman with National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it can happen to anyone. A distraction or change in your routine can cause you to forget that a child is in the back seat. It doesn't take long for the temperature inside the car to heat up.
So in just 10 minutes, a car can heat up by about 20 degrees, and it doesn't matter if you've cracked a window or if you're parking in the shade, it's still extremely dangerous. This can happen even when it's only 60 degrees outside.
And the same warning applies to leaving pets in a vehicle. It is 8:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Charlie Parker in studio with us till 9 o'clock this morning. That's when we will hand it over to Glenn Beck. Charity McCurdy, of course. I'm Chris Duell. Mr. T is on vacation. He's at the coast. He'll be back next week. Coming up, Joe Pags will give us a preview of the Joe Pags Show at 8:40. But in just a moment, we'll check in with national correspondent Aaron Real. Lots of people say, I want to secede from the union. A lot of Texans say that. There's other people in other states who are talking about secession. Is that even possible? How could that happen? Aaron Real will tell us what we need to know about that in seconds. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
There is a slight chance of some thunderstorms popping up this afternoon and early evening. If you're among those who need rain, which would be the entire state of Texas, good luck. Otherwise, look for some sunshine this afternoon, tomorrow afternoon, and Friday afternoon, and temperatures in the upper 90s. 75 in Bernie, 77 in Pipe Creek, 80 degrees in San Antonio. It is 8:11.
San Antonio's first news. You see it in Texas. You see people wearing a T-shirt or a hat that says secede. And you see it in other states as well. Let's talk about it with national correspondent Aaron Real. Aaron, who are these people who would like to see their state secede from the union? And is that even possible?
Short answer, no. No, it is not. The United States Constitution does not allow states to secede from the union. Actually, in 2006, Supreme Court Justice Anton Scalia said that the Civil War settled any constitutional issues regarding the right to secede. You don't have it. So, yeah, that's where it is. And it's interesting because there is a legal pathway for a state to become a part of the union, but not for it to lead. Essentially, it is a declaration of war if it gets to a certain point. And that's why you see these like fun bumper stickers in Texas. You guys know all about this. Actually, Texas seceded from Mexico to begin with to become a part of the United States, and it led to a war. So generally these end in war. But there are a lot of states like Oregon right now where you have residents that are very frustrated with their liberal urban neighbors, particularly in Oregon on the west, and on the east, they share a 200-mile border. Flip that around. On the west, they share a 200-mile border with Idaho, and on the east, you have Portland. So there's this greater Idaho movement where these are secession efforts because the folks on the east say that Idaho aligns much more with their conservative farming, their ranching, their logging communities, and they want to move. So it's a ballot initiative. This is just adding to a long line of efforts, whether it be the state of Jefferson, which is that proposal for Northern California, Vermont, Texas, Florida, Northern Colorado, becoming part of Wyoming. The list goes on and on.
So how much does the commander-in-chief maybe influence noisy chatter about seceding?
Not so much. We do know that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia, she said that we need a national divorce and that we need to separate by red states and blue states. Some people would argue that that's a very un-American thing to say in the sense that the idea is that we're supposed to all come together. This is democracy. You're supposed to have different people coming to a resolution on what benefits the most. And I think that the pandemic really moved people to be like, wow, my state has a lot of power and I don't like it. And you saw people self-segregate as they always do. And they made their decision to move to states like Texas and Florida. But we also saw this in the 50s and 60s with white flight. This is basically when white city dwellers, they moved to the suburbs. It's happened time and time again, but scholars who really study secession efforts like those in the former USSR, like real secession efforts that actually happen, they see these U.S. movements as kind of lightweight stuff because to truly have a secession, it is a huge deal and it takes a large consensus. And believe it or not, while there is a lot of noise around seceding, when you actually boil it down to the numbers, they're not nearly as in support of it as you would think.
Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. As we roll forward, among other things, we talked to Rory O'Neill, the national correspondent, in the last half hour. This could be the biggest travel weekend of the year. What are the big travel plans for Charity McCurdy and Charlie Parker this summer? We'll get into that. Also, the NBA game that the Celtics were supposed to win running away last night against the Pacers, it went to overtime. We'll get into that as well. WOAI News Time, 8:15. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. And where is Charlie Parker traveling to this summer? Where is Charity McCurdy traveling to this weekend or this summer? We'll get into that. We'll talk some NBA basketball as well coming up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Death and destruction are being reported following a monster tornado in Iowa. As we approach the 2-year anniversary of the Uvalde school shooting, SAPD Chief William McManus says they have an action plan in place in the event of a mass shooting. And some Southside residents are upset over a proposed zoning area around the Toyota plant. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
"35, 40% chance of a thunderstorm popping this afternoon, this evening. Otherwise, look for a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Upper 90s today, tomorrow, and on Friday. Right now in Kirby, Texas, 79. Somerset, 79. San Antonio, 80 degrees. It is 8:20.
San Antonio's first news. That's Charlie Parker giving you the weather seconds ago. He's in studio with us till 9 o'clock this morning. Charity McCurdy with all the big stories coming at you at the bottom of the hour. By the way, Joe Pags will give us a preview of the Joe Pags show coming up at 8:40. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon. Tim Merriman at the coast. He'll be back next week. He's on vacation. I'm Chris. Well, we talked in the last half hour to national correspondent Rory O'Neill, saying this could be the biggest summer travel season ever. He talked about the millions and millions of people traveling this weekend for the Memorial Day weekend. And I think it begs the question among us, starting with you, Charlie Parker, any big travel plans either this weekend or this coming summer?
Well, it depends on what you call vacation. Vacation to me is not going to Port Aransas. That's a trip to the coast. We're going to the coast for the weekend, and we're going to the coast for like in mid-June, I think.
Okay.
I've been really jonesing for another trip to Jamaica.
Ooh.
But I don't take vacations unless the entire family can take the vacation. And now with a grandbaby who's just 2 months old, it's looking like, years before we can get back to Jamaica. So, we've got the trip to, and I'm sure Vegas or New Orleans might pop up. I'll get a wild hair sometime before the end of the year and go there. And again, those aren't vacations. Those are trips to Vegas or a trip to the coast. I don't consider those vacations. Vacations for me are leaving the country and going somewhere for 4 or 5 days.
Very nice. Charity, what about you?
Let's see. Next month, as you know, my 4-year-old obsessed with trains. So we're going to go to the Texas State Railroad Depot in Palestine, Texas, and take a 4-hour round trip ride on a diesel locomotive through the piney woods of East Texas. We'll be in a presidential car with comfortable seating, a hot meal. So we're really excited about that. And this one is huge because in September, the husband and I are going on a kidless trip for the first time in 7 years. Basically, it's a bucket list item, Red Rocks Amphitheater in Morrison, Colorado, to see one of my favorite bands. It's his favorite band too, Arcade Fire. It's their only North America concert this year, and we have tickets for the second row.
There's a reason it's their only concert in America this year, because they're Arcade Fire.
What do you mean by that?
Well, read into it.
Just tell me. You're saying they're not that popular?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that couldn't be farther
I
from
don't
the
even know
truth.
if that's true or not.
Yeah.
I was just being an asshole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mission
I
accomplished.
do what I'm good at.
Yes. Very, very cool.
Have you ever been to Red Rocks?
No, and this
Oh,
is, I'm so excited. So
yeah,
excited.
It's, parking is a bitch. It's, God. And the walk in and now, it's not.
Shuttle service.
It's not a friendly venue for getting in and out.
Mhm.
But, man, it's a great place to see a show.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Or two.
Now, where I'm going, Charlie, it won't qualify as a vacation in your eyes because it's Vegas. And I know you're a big fan of this show as well. I found out a couple of months ago that the Beatles Love Cirque du Soleil show at the Mirage in Vegas goes away on July 6th. So next week, I think next Thursday, it might be Wednesday. We're going to Vegas to see we've seen it a bunch of times like you have. So we're going to see our final Beatles Love show at the Mirage. And I haven't seen the Sphere yet. U2 is not, we're not going to see U2. We're just going to, there's like a tour of the Sphere where they just show you all the lights and the bells and the whistles. So we're going to see Beatles Love and the Sphere for a little like a 4-day trip to Vegas.
The Love Cirque du Soleil with the Beatles at Mirage should be on everybody's bucket list. But as you mentioned, July 6th, it's all over.
Yeah.
So you don't have a lot of time to get in there and see it again.
Yeah, I love it. And as you know,
incredible.
it's theater in the round. So if you see it once, and then go again and see it and sit somewhere else in the little arena, you're seeing different things each time you see it, as you know, because there's so many things going on in the sky, all around, down on the stage, all of these performers, and the music with a gazillion speakers playing the Beatles music, remastered.
They have speakers in the back of your seat that you're sitting in.
It's so cool.
You have a favorite. I'm not going to ask you your favorite Beatles song because that's impossible. But did you have a favorite particular time during the Love Cirque du Soleil performance that they did?
They're all great. There's this one cool moment where they do something. Yeah, George Harrison something, and then so this guy is like walking on the stage, and these Cirque du Soleil, they're like dressed all in white, and they look like angels, and they're like angels coming out of the sky, flying at him, and he's reaching for them, and it's just very ethereal. It's a cool moment.
I like when they do For the Benefit of Mr. Kite.
Oh, yeah.
With that big high, looks like a roller coaster with like a devil up there.
Yes.
And when they get on there, it's incredible. I don't even know if you can watch that somewhere. You know what I mean? Like online or, if
I don't
you
think
can buy
you can.
like a CD.
Yeah. They did a documentary of the making of it, but it's not
right
in its entirety. You see kind of a behind the scene. It was like the first year it came out. There was a documentary on the making of it, but not, I don't think
Maybe
you can
once
see
it goes away, they'll, make it available.
Or tour. I guess you couldn't tour. You need a special stage, which they have.
Yeah.
So I guess you couldn't come to the AT&T Center or the Frost Bank Center now and do it. So, all right. Coming up, Joe Pags with a preview of the Joe Pags Show. And how does Charlie Parker feel about the signature TNT show, the NBA on TNT with Ernie Johnson, Charles Barkley, Shaq, and Kenny the Jet Smith probably going away as NBC is buying the rights away from TNT after this season for NBA games. We'll get into that and a whole lot more coming up. Charity's got all the big stories at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 8:26. All right. K, Echo 5 Hotel, Tim, who left. Jacob, anybody watching right now, welcome in. We've got Charity with the news here in a moment. We'll cut away to Charity. And then, let's see, then we've got Joe Pags. Briefly, he'll give us a quick thought on his show. Tell us who his guest or guests are this afternoon. Then we'll talk a little NBA Finals and NBA basketball with Charlie Parker. Travis, I imagine you're talking about Iowa on that body count. We'll go take a look at that story. Charity will have the latest on it right here.
.31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, tornadoes tear through Iowa with multiple fatalities confirmed. Then the city's top cop talks mass shooting readiness. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: cloudy early, chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high in the upper 90s, chance of scattered storms tonight, a low in the upper 70s. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, tornadoes ripped through parts of Iowa, leaving damage and multiple deaths in their wake. Here's Fox's Nicole Valdez.
18 tornadoes reported at this point, but Greenfield taking a direct hit. Dozens of homes, businesses, cars flattened in the force of those winds. We know at least a dozen people injured. Several people may have lost their lives, according to Iowa State Patrol. Just how many, we're still not sure. But among the damage, actually, a Greenfield hospital pretty significantly damaged. We're told that patients that were there had to be transported to other nearby hospitals. This is a very remote community, so the nearest hospital may not be for at least 30 minutes or another hour away.
In a recent update, at least 3 deaths have been confirmed. Cleanup continues in Houston, and more power is being restored following last week's storm. Eric Lycum has more.
During the storms last week, over 2,500 windows downtown were broken. Yesterday, the downtown Houston Management District announced more roads and sidewalks were being closed due to changing wind conditions and to expedite repairs. Employers in the affected areas were asked to let their employees work remotely for the rest of the week. Meanwhile, CenterPoint Energy said around 90% of their customers have had their power restored as of last night, and we're working to get the remaining 150,000 customers still in the dark back online by this evening. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
With the 2-year anniversary of the Robb Elementary mass shooting on Friday, San Antonio Police Chief William McManus briefed the City Council Public Safety Committee on what they're doing should the unthinkable happen.
There is nothing that we haven't done to prepare for an active threat situation.
McManus says his department and other agencies have undergone mass shooting training as well as using the Fusion Center for better threat assessments and keeping an eye on certain gun purchases or requests. The briefing was in response to council member and mayoral candidate Manny Pelaez's request. Well, former President Trump was back in court yesterday for his hush money trial in New York City. Fox's Nate Foy has the latest on Decision 2024.
On the 20th day of this trial, lawyers for former President Donald Trump rested their case after testimony from Bob Costello. After that, lawyers on both sides debated about the instructions that will be given to the jury before they decide whether or not Trump is guilty. Here's Trump leaving the courthouse.
This is such an embarrassment of a showing of prosecution that I imagine the judge wouldn't grant the motion to dismiss the case. You can't imagine it.
Judge Juan Merchan agreed to remind the jury that Michael Cohen's guilty plea to federal campaign finance law doesn't imply Trump's guilt. Merchan refused to remind the jury that hush money payments are not illegal.
And closing arguments are set for next Tuesday. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has won the Democratic primary for her ongoing re-election bid. DA Willis thanked her supporters during a viewing party while criticizing her opponent in the upcoming general election, Republican challenger Courtney Kramer.
My opponent is completely unqualified. Completely. She has less than 4 years of practicing law. She has never been in a criminal courtroom.
Willis is currently seeking to prosecute Trump for trying to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. Well, Senator Ted Cruz thinks the Biden administration is to blame for the war in the Middle East.
At a Capitol Hill hearing, the Texas Republican had harsh words for the Secretary of State. He blames their foreign policy for giving Hamas terrorists the green light to attack Israel.
To our enemies, this administration has shown constant appeasement and indeed has flowed billions of dollars to the enemies of America who want to kill us.
Senator Cruz and his fellow party members grilled Secretary Antony Blinken, demanding action against the International Criminal Court. He agreed, saying that arrest warrants for Israeli officials and Hamas leaders was a mistake. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
An Amber Alert has been issued for two little boys, ages 4 and 5, that were last seen in DeWitt County in southeast Texas last night. Police are looking for 24-year-old Julian Rivera, a Hispanic male with brown hair and black eyes, who was last seen in San Antonio. He was last seen driving a 2007 black Chevy Tahoe with Texas license plate number FVK0342. The children are believed to be in immediate or grave danger. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check up your money and the world of business, Scott Carr is live at the Bloomberg News Desk.
Hey there, Charity. TikTok is cutting jobs this week. The information is reporting that social media app plans to cut about 1,000 workers from across its operations, content, and marketing divisions. TikTok, of course, still faces being banned in the U.S. That could happen as soon as this January if its Chinese owner, ByteDance, does not sell off its stake in it. The Federal Trade Commission's been cracking down on companies that market foreign goods as made in the USA. The agency has levied more than $5 million in related fines just this year so far. The FTC's been responsible, of course, for monitoring made in the USA claims for a long time, but lately been ramping up enforcement. Records fell on Wall Street again Tuesday for the NASDAQ and the S&P. This morning, traders are likely waiting on another round of quarterly earnings reports. One of the highlights, the AI microchip maker NVIDIA, will be reporting after the bell closes. Also, new home building data out today and minutes from the last Fed meeting. Until then, markets are open, but stocks are mixed and kind of flat, actually all lower now, but not by much. The S&P and NASDAQ are really just marginal losses, down a couple of points. The Dow is down 28 points. Live with the Bloomberg Business Report, I'm Scott Carr on News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Thanks, Scott. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charlie Parker in studio. We had a thriller last night in the NBA in game number 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. We'll dive into that and maybe some big changes coming to the way NBA games are broadcast next season. Before that, though, let's check in with Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show. Joe is always keeping a close eye on the border. Good morning, Joe. See you then, Joe, 5 to 8 p.m. today and every weekday afternoon, the Joe Pags Show. Well, Charlie Parker and Charity last night, Indiana, I believe a heavy underdog against the Boston Celtics, who had the best record in the NBA, but Indiana had multiple opportunities to win the game. They go to overtime. Indiana up 3 with the ball, couldn't get it in bounds. Ultimately, Boston prevails in overtime, 133 to 128. And Charlie, we've often seen this in playoff games, an underdog that is so close and then blows it against a heavy favorite. That's hard to come back from.
Yeah, it's we'll see. They won 2 in a row on the road when they played at New York, but of course Boston's a better team than New York is. In the West Finals, game 1 tonight, Dallas is at Minnesota. That's a 7:30 game.
Did we find out yesterday you're pulling for Minnesota now in this Final Four?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Despite that they're partially owned or by Alex Rodriguez.
Charity.
I just don't like cheaters, you know?
Right, yeah. Charity of the Final Four teams, Minnesota Timberwolves, Dallas Mavericks, Indiana Pacers, Boston Celtics. Are you pulling for somebody?
I go back to the Texas team, and I like Luka. So I'm tending to lean towards the Mavs.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it if the Mavericks won it. I'm kind of pulling for Minnesota.
Well, but if you like Luka, you're way ahead of the rest of his team because they don't care for him much.
Funny. Now, here's, I think one of the big stories, and we see this a lot. I've seen this a lot in the media and social media. Reports that NBC is going to purchase the NBA rights, a huge package beginning next season. And that means that TNT would lose the NBA. And TNT has, in my opinion, I think you agree, Charlie, the best panel show for the NBA, maybe all of sports, with Ernie Johnson, Charles Barkley, Shaq, and Kenny the Jet Smith. If they go away, that would suck for the NBA.
It would for me I'm not I'm not a huge NBA fan. Love the Spurs, but I'm not a huge NBA fan. But you mentioned they're probably the best because of who their primary host is, because of Ernie Johnson. They don't get much better in studio in any sport than Ernie Johnson. If they leave TBS and TNT, what I will miss most about that is announcer Brian Anderson.
San Antonio's own, yeah.
I think he's the best basketball play-by-play guy right now in the business. And he goes away, and Ernie and that, I don't even know who would call basketball games for NBC.
I would hope NBC would throw whatever money they need to throw at Ernie Johnson, Shaq, Barkley, and Kenny, and also at Brian. I would hope they just bring those people over to NBC, but it probably won't happen because they've got their in-house people already.
Well, and they've got, those people that are currently at TBS and TNT are contracted to do other things. They don't just do that.
True.
The NBA.
They wouldn't just release them.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's good. Who knows what's going to happen? All we know is that follow the money. And speaking of last night's game, here's your stat of the day, popped up on the screen.
Okay.
If I'm in my home sitting in the chair watching television, it's very rare I laugh out loud at something. South Park and Family Guy, pretty much I laugh out loud all the time. But other than that, I don't chuckle even. They put a stat up. Al Horford of the Boston Celtics has played 16 years in the NBA. He is currently number 3 on the list of NBA players who have played the most playoff games without winning a championship.
Ooh.
Number 3. But when they put it up on the screen, they put numbers 1, numbers 2, and number 3. Number 1 and number 2 were Karl Malone and John Stockton, and I laughed out loud.
It couldn't have happened to two nicer guys. I am very, very happy with that as well. All right, we will get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, everything you need to know coming right up. WOAI News Time, 8:47. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. Speaking of the weather, will we get rain? That's something to think about. Charlie's going to have the weather for you in a second. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Former President Trump will be making a campaign stop in Texas today. Efforts are still underway to get the lights and AC back on in Houston, and a search is underway for a suspect with 2 young boys that may be in San Antonio. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
There is a slight chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. Most of those are north of Austin. Look for a mixture of clouds and sunshine today, upper 90s. 79 in Lavernia, 81 degrees now in Pleasanton, 80 in San Antonio. It's 8:53.
San Antonio's first news, our thanks to E.J. Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel for doing the heavy lifting this morning, flying the Millennium Falcon. And Andrew does a lot of the work, cutting to different cameras, producing our live video stream on YouTube. You can find it by going to 1200 WOAI on YouTube. Well, we had heard several weeks ago that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was considering Jets quarterback, formerly longtime Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers as his running mate. He ultimately chose someone else. And now yesterday, speaking with reporters, Aaron Rodgers indicated that it was his choice not to be Robert Kennedy Jr.'s running mate on that independent run for the presidency. He said, quote, "There were really 2 options, retire and be his VP or keep playing. I wanted to keep playing football," says Aaron Rodgers.
Well, neither one of them's got a prayer of being president and vice president. Either way, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
Charity, you think Aaron Rodgers would have upgraded that ticket or called more attention to the RFK Jr. ticket or no?
No, I think he likes creating controversy, through podcasts, and he wants to continue to make his millions. I don't think he was ever seriously considering it.
Now, Charlie, you were talking about Alex Trebek in Jeopardy and, the new host. Aaron Rodgers hosted a few Jeopardies. Did you ever see him host Jeopardy?
I've seen him play Jeopardy, and he's
okay.
a relatively intelligent guy. But no, I don't recall ever seeing him host.
Yeah, he hosted a few times and apparently was in the run. Apparently he wanted to be the replacement for Alex Trebek on Jeopardy.
You can't believe anything Aaron Rodgers says. He may have said that, but Charity nailed it on the head. You're going to hang around, play football for millions and millions and millions, or tens of millions, or 50s of millions of dollars, or you want to go somewhere where you can make minimum wage?
Yeah, he does have a pretty good paycheck.
Yeah, he does.
And arguably, and at least at one time, he was regarded an elite NFL quarterback. All right,
He's still better than most.
Yeah. I would say he's top 7 right now. And I would, me, I would take him over Dak at this moment. If I could just straight up give me Aaron Rodgers or Dak Prescott as quarterback of the Cowboys, I'd take Aaron Rodgers.
I got a list of about 20 I'd take over Dak.
We might have to get into that next time. Our thanks to Charlie for joining us in the studio. Charity has everything you need to know on this Wednesday morning at the top of the hour. After that, we'll turn it over to Glenn Beck. Right now, it is your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:56. See y'all later on the live feed. Tommy, K, Echo 5 Hotel, Jacob, anybody else in there, thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. See you tomorrow.